What is going on? What is going on, people of the YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and all that community? Howdy do, howdy do. Just getting things set up. I haven't got a startup screen yet, you know, where there's like the cool little coming soon to a theater near you. Or anything of that nature. Yeah, I gotta work on like a little cool screen. Now, obviously, I don't know how to do animation stuff yet, so that's a little out of my grasp. Maybe I can bump into somebody and do like a cute, simple little animation before we get started into our streams, as I see most of the top streamers out there getting into. And yeah, but first and foremost, wow. I think last I checked, I hit the 500 goal of subscribers. Like, oh my god, like holy cow. Let's check right now. Like, I don't remember what the number was. I didn't check this morning. I just got up. I was getting some coffee around. Here's the proof. Here's my coffee. Let's get a nice little sip real quick. Black gold, baby, black gold. But yeah, let's check and see what's going on here. Oh my Lanta. You people are crazy. You're crazy, but I love you. I love you all. Much love to every single one of you. 577 subscribers. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. And so thank you to everybody who has hit that subscribe button. Wow. That is a ton more people than what I would have anticipated to hop on board with the magical journey of art. So yeah, that's pretty intense. So thank you. I probably won't ever be thankful enough. But yeah, so as far as today's activities, and I guess I could give you kind of like a roadmap of what I plan to do for all of you. Today's kind of like a brainstorming day, but that's why it's a doodle day. We're just gonna doodle. We're gonna do some simple stuff. We're just gonna do some very basic things. I think I don't really step into the realm. I get outside of the realm of simplicity a lot, and so I think it's actually more work to bring yourself back down, and be able to draw some of the simplest things, just whatever comes to mind, right? And so that's what I'm doing, just taking a little siesta, a little break of the mind. I went to bed with a massive headache, and so this morning I'm thankful that I woke up with pretty much nothing. I got like a little bit of pressure up here, but that's about it. And as far as the roadmap of what I would like to start bringing content for all of you is, of course, I think the artwork talks are helpful. Not only do you get to have the insight to what an artist does and how they think about their processing. I think that's a really cool thing. I wish more artists would do that and actually go through their artwork piece by piece, bit by bit, step by step, and kind of show you how they constructed, how they thought about the process. I think it brings us closer together as a community, and I think that the last video I put up was a testament to that. I mean, I talked about the goblin chick that I recently got done, and it's almost got 1,000 views, which is insane to me. So that's really cool. But obviously I know that's going to be a staple of my channel, is talking about the artwork, the major illustration work that I do, how I came up with it, what I went through, so on and so forth. Then what's next and happening, I'll plan to come out more sooner than later than any other illustration artwork talk, is tools. I think a lot of digital artists really want a good in-depth of the tools that are at their disposal in a digital program. Now, I'm going to be as upfront, honest, and as thorough as possible with any and all information that I have. Transparency, all of that. There is a lot of information I do not know about all of the tools and things like that of the trade, but what I do know should set you up for success in the art field. So I plan to do tools explanations over a whole video on just the lasso tool, a whole video on the most basic utensil tools to use to map out your drafts and things like that, which I kind of already talked about in the line art video. If you haven't watched that, go ahead and watch that. That's a really good video. Probably will redo that video multiple times as I continue to learn on my own. And then the color saturation and tonal correction tools, the gradient tools, smudge tools, eraser tools, and just do a whole video around each one of those tools, so that way you have a 100% thorough grasp on what the hell does that tool do, what does it mean for you as an artist, and how you can accomplish your goals by using such tools. Layer management. Oh man, layer management would probably be a good video as well. But like I said, I want to go really, really far and in depth into the whole aspects of digital artistry. Go down the journey, give you all the same thing that I you know, went through my little self-teaching, and then just share that knowledge with all of you. Let's see here. We got some music playing, but I think the music is just a little too low. It's a rainy day here, so hopefully you're enjoying your rainy day. If it's raining over where you're at, wherever you are located in the world. All right, we got the music back up a little bit there. But yeah, this is just gonna be a nice chill stream. Anyone who comes in, by all means, ask questions, talk to me, whatever you want to do. And if you want to see a certain doodle. Now, as far as doodling is concerned, along with my artwork, if you don't know this yet, is I do not draw other people's IPs, and mostly mainstream IPs, such as I'm not going to draw Dragon Ball Z characters, One Piece, Inuyasha, whatever IP out there like that exists, Pokemon, I will not draw it. I have a big stigma about drawing anybody's IP, even in the sense of fan art. I don't do it. It's not my property. It's not my intellectual property. And for me personally, I think it's a detraction from my artistry to not be able to come up with my own characters. So I pride myself on character creation and design and concept, and to use someone's essentially work to accomplish that, that's just not the goal I have for myself. However, I will draw in the style, or draw a character that I believe would fit into a universe such as Dragon Ball Z or One Piece or whatever. I have no problem with that, because it's a custom character. It's something that doesn't exist in an official art sense with those IPs, so I have no problem doing that. I've made fake Pokemon before. I've made all sorts of things as far as that's concerned. But as far as like, hey, I want you to draw Luffy, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. It's not my artwork. It's not my character. And I have a ton of respect for any and all artists and their artwork, their characters. So let's go ahead and get started. Yes, we're going to get a nice little canvas going here. I did have some stuff that I was working on. I had like a frog wizard I was going to be working on. To be honest with you, I don't know why I stopped. I think I just... man. We should work on the frog wizard, though. I think this was a really cool idea. This is outside of a doodle, though. This kind of goes against what I was gonna do, because this is not... It's simple, but it's not simple at the same time. The frog wizard is more so definitely a full illustration than it is anything else. But I'll show you what I've been working on, though. I think this is something at least I could show and tell. Let's get it up here. There we go. Here's our frog wizard. And yeah, it's just, he's a tree frog. And I think it really captures the zaniness of a tree frog. And the reason why is because, you know, when we see tree frogs and how they just grip onto stuff. Their limbs are everywhere. So we got one of his hind legs is right here. The other hind leg is right here. Then front leg and then front leg. So he's just in a very weird position, but I think it's a very froggy position. Very froggy position. And essentially I was just trying to go over, I think I finished all this blue lines, which is kind of like a final line art almost, but which means I could technically color over it with black and then just make it black line art if I wanted to. But yeah, no, I was just trying to add bits and pieces, make it interesting. But again, this goes way outside of a doodle. This is no longer a doodle. This is absolutely illustration work. And you know, he's got his shelves back here and stuff like that. And we're gonna put potions and bottles and probably put like a little kitty cat up here and maybe a bat over here. So who knows? Like this is like a kind of like a little bit of a Halloween piece. But yeah, that's my show and tell for all of you. Commercial. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Well, that being said, let's go ahead and just get a new canvas. So if you're going to follow along, and even if after the stream, if you come in and view this live stream after the fact and you're watching it just as a video right now, I urge you to follow along. Maybe you'll learn something, maybe not, I don't know. And if you don't want to follow along with the doodling, then just make your own doodle. And as I put in the description, just in case you didn't hear or see, send me your doodles. Send me your doodles. Send me your artwork that you did during this stream or video, and DM them to me in my Instagram. My Instagram is located in the YouTube profile for myself. Sorry for skipping there. And you can just DM me your artwork, and I'll be more than happy to make like videos. I would like to do that too, is do show and tell videos of anyone who sends me their artwork and just kind of go over it. And of course, if anybody wants me to critique their artwork, wants me to say, hey, this is what you could do to do better, I am brutal. Just letting you know, I am brutal when it comes to letting you know what you should and shouldn't do and how to make yourself better. So long as you have a willingness to listen and a willingness to let me tell you exactly what you need to do to go down the right path, then just let me know in that DM. Say, hey, here's my artwork. Give me a critique. And I'll be more than happy to do so. So, all right. So we're just going to start off with a new canvas. You can, again, follow along as you want to, or use the canvas sizes and stuff that you've been using. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. It's all chill. So we're just going to go to File, New. And as far as, obviously, my stuff is always already set up. But if you don't know, you can choose a name. We're just going to go Doodle Day 1. Doodle Day 1. The first Doodle Day. And I have selected here the postcard. So you have a lot of different paper sizes, essentially. A4 is probably some of the most popular ones to do because A4 is like a print size, but it's massive. As you see here, the width is almost 5,000 and the height is 7,000. It's a huge canvas. And truly, I don't need such a big canvas. So I usually go with the postcard. It's a 2,000 by 3,000, which is almost like a 4K. If you think about it, think about the resolution size of your TV or your monitor. You know, we see a 1920 by 1080, right? Well, you can make a 1920 by 1080 by altering these numbers here. So if we think about 1920 by 1080 being the standard for most monitors and gaming applications, going to a 2300 by 3400 is essentially going to a 4K resolution. And so anything that we make in this canvas size should give us really good resolution imagery. So that's why I pick it. And then when you go over top of that, basically you're just making a bigger canvas, in my personal opinion. You're just making a bigger canvas, and yes, the details and things will be much more crisper, and you'll see a lot more. But I'm not to that point yet where I'm like, I need to go to a bigger canvas. So maybe, because I plan to do mecha designs as well at some point in time, and I might need the extra space. I don't know. Okay, so now that you get the postcard done, really there's nothing else. At the bottom here you can see where, let me move this over just a scotch, there you go. It says record time lapse. I have it on time lapse, so everything that I do on this I can actually time lapse it, make it into a YouTube short or something like that. You don't have to do time lapsing if you don't want to, but that's how you get your speed draws, is by turning this on in some way. Now you always prioritize quality, so if you ever want to try your hand at a speed draw, then just make sure you prioritize quality or prioritize file size. Again, just go for quality. That's the best practice there. However, be mindful whenever you do a record time lapse, your file sizes for your art are going to go up. I don't think significantly. It depends on how much detail and how much has to be recorded. So there's that. And essentially that's it for the canvas, and just hit OK. Boop, there we go. Now I always do with the vertical orientation. I probably should have went over that, my bad. So there's these double arrows over here, and that will flip your canvas either horizontal or vertical. And so since I'm a character design artist, typically we are going to be choosing the vertical layout, because that allows me to really explore the canvas up and down for any of the characters that I might do, because, you know, I'll put the head, the body, hips, legs, so on and so forth, and I want a vertical surface to do that with, not so much just I don't think I would be able to achieve the same thing with a horizontal surface. Horizontal orientation. There we go. Dear Lord. Oh, it's the morning. It truly is the morning. I can't even, my brain can't even function. Can't even function. Cheers all. Cheers all. But obviously if we think of a piece of paper too, it's in the vertical orientation. So, all right. Well, I think the first thing I want to doodle, and this may be something you're like, oh, that's not a doodle, that's like planning out your piece, that's crazy. I actually think it is a good exercise, a good doodle, something simple to do. Let's create a plane of existence. Perspective grid. I think perspective grids are an excellent training exercise. So we're going to get the straight line tool out. And as far as brush size goes, we're just going to go to like a 5 brush size on the straight line tool. And essentially, and I'm going to make it, I don't think I'm going to do black. We're going to go to a blue color on the color wheel. As perspective lines are just to be essentially just there but not there, so a light blue, and we're going to zoom in just a touch. And so what is the point of creating a perspective grid? There's a lot of point to it, which is, where is the angle of approach of your plane of existence? So I'll draw the example and I'll start explaining it. So first and foremost, and again, if you want to follow along, just make sure that you're ready to do so. Hold down the shift key on your keyboard. What this does is it allows you to draw a straight line right across the piece of paper. Now, if you'll notice my cursor over here, right? I'm moving it around just a little bit to the right. If you go up, see what just happened to the line? It will shoot up at a 45-degree angle depending on where it is. And if we go back down, now go straight. If we go down the other way, and then it'll go down the other way. So essentially you have a 45-degree angle, and you can create an entire circle this way too. So this is a good way to learn how to draw or hand draw a circle, because you can draw these lines in 45-degree angles. But For me, the shift key plus dragging along the plane will just give you a nice straight line with no deviations whatsoever. Just draw a straight line right across, and that's your horizon. Congratulations, you made a horizon today. You've already made something today. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? That's cool. Now, we're going to draw a second line.
Swiffer Power Mop has hundreds of strips. Scrub away sticky
Hundreds of
messes even from
strips.
grout lines.
Yes, feed me your commercials. Give them to me. God, I love commercials. I can't get enough of them. Okay, so. Bringing back OBS. There we go. The reason why we're going to be drawing a second line is this is the plane of existence, the angle at which we find ourselves with the focal point of our character. The good example to use here is this right here. So this is the traditional, like, straight on, we're walking on the same path, we're standing next to each other. That is a plane of existence, because when we draw our, so let's dive in a little deep here. Try to have a little bit of space on either side. Yeah, just like that. I might zoom in just a touch. There we go. Yeah, I like to have some blank areas of my canvas on the side there, so I know where I'm at in my piece of paper. And so I'm going to use a pen tool or a pencil tool, doesn't matter which one, you can pick either one, and just kind of make a dot in your perceived middle. So that is the middle of the horizon right there. That little dot right there. And from that dot, you're going to draw lines of existence that go at an angle. You can choose any angle you want, doesn't really truly matter. I usually do a little bit wider of an angle. And we're going to just simply always go from this dot and go all the way out somewhere. Just drag it all the way out. Yes, yes, yes. It may seem strange, but that's okay. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. Doesn't have to be exact. And these lines are pretty much just would be almost right next to each other. So as you see here, we pretty much made, like, you can now start to see the formation of like a landscape, right? Like these grids tell everything you need to know. And so what we have here is essentially a very flat plane of existence. Everything underneath in this is a void. There's nothing underneath, and then the sky would be on top, right? And so when we make a character, we use this plane of existence. The more flat we go, the closer these two lines would be together. And so when we draw a foot, well, our foot cannot go past this line here. And then the back foot would be somewhere over here. Let's see, let's use a different color. So let's draw a foot. So this foot can no longer cannot go past this line. There we go. A little. And then the back foot could be somewhere back here, just like this. And of course, I'm using these lines, right? I'm using the width of these lines. I could use them a little bit more practically. So this would be the bottom of the foot here. And I don't know why I'm being so precise. I'm just trying to draw an example. So that would be your foot there. And then if you wanted to make a foot back here, you'd go across these lines just like this in between this. And then create your other foot right there. And so now you have this this perspective of disappearing objects. And of course, if you go further back, you'd just do this, and there'd be a little thing right there. And then if you go back all the way over here, you'd see something buried like that, and it just slowly disappears towards the horizon. And so when we're creating characters, the flatter the plane of existence, the better it's going to be. And so this is actually a little too far apart as far as this other foot here. It's going to be probably more like right here. Now the feet, I typically do not draw feet first, but you know, something like this, and you would have the rest of your pose and it would make sense, right? So you would basically know where the planting of their feet would be. And then you could draw one foot that kind of goes all over this way, and then this is actually just this other foot is actually pointing in a direction that's facing you. The whole exercise here, the whole point is that if you're not sure exactly how to plant the feet of your characters, so you can ads. Love ads. Get out of here. The point of this is when you're done with the head and the arms and all that other fun stuff, right? But you're not sure if your feet are level with the ground, right? Because our characters, for the most part, are just hanging out in space. They're just hanging out in space. And so when we draw a shoe or something like that, and we're like, okay, well, this is how a shoe would be drawn, whatever. And then this other shoe, maybe this other shoe is like, you know, I don't know, kind of like bent or something like that, and whatever. And is this appropriate, or is this the correct footing? And so you would draw a simple line that goes across, and it's like, okay, well, this doesn't make much sense because they're not level on the ground. So you would make sure that you would follow that straight line more with the things that you do, and you'd make sure that your foot and your feet actually are on a plane of existence. And so therefore, since there is flatness here, flatness there, your feet are planted on the ground, so to speak. The same concept, as you can see right here, is that they are planted on the ground. So if I were to create, I don't know, let's just say like what's that one guy? I don't know, he's got like, I think it's like Raymond. I can't remember what that guy's name. I think it's Raymond. And you got the feet there, and I know the feet kind of float, I think. And then you got like, I don't know. I know nothing, everybody. I know nothing. There you go. And then you got this. This boot over here would be a little shorter. There we go. Yes, yes. But do you see how well those feet look planted on the ground when you've used your perspective? And so when you have this perspective and these feet now look like they're actually planted on the ground, you're actually creating that plane of existence. You're bringing a sense of reality to your characters. We can even, since this pose seems more akin to his feet are actually going forward, you can do this too. And so there you go. So now he's like in this like this knee might be bent a little bit, or this knee might be bent, or that's just how the legs are, right? We're just drawing simple things. Let's see. So if this foot is more forward than the back foot, that means that this arm here, let's see here, if I'm stepping forward, I guess this hand right here would be closer, and then this hand here would be further away. So we're making sure that the size differences, yes, we must have a size difference. And then, of course, the head would be somewhere up here, something like that. Matching mostly, we have this line that essentially this would be, I don't know, this is just, I don't know what I'm explaining at this point in time. But, so you'd have a hand right here, hand right there. But the exercise I was trying to get to, of course, wasn't developing a simple character. It was mostly like doodling for the day is coming up with planes of existence. And so that's one plane of existence. Let's go ahead and circle all of this. Just gonna make it nice and small. Whoop, put it up there. That's one doodle. Let's do it again. Let's explain things a little bit better and a little bit more. So get the line tool back out. Go right straight across. Now, what if we made the line way down here? Right? So now we have lines and this one's way down there. And we do the same thing as before. We find the middle of our horizon. Nice little dot. Somewhere up there. That's fine. That's the vanishing point. Is what it's technically called, as a vanishing point. Where anything past this horizon right here doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. See you later. Well, what we would do from here is the same thing as we always do, Pinky. And there we go. And then from here, we're actually going to create boxes. And what you're going to be doing is you're going to be making these boxes large to small. Because as we get closer and closer to that vanishing point out here, obviously the closer together these lines are going to be. So we're going to draw this one right there, just like that. And then we're going to slightly, as we go along, this will take some practice. As we go along, we're going to shorten up these lines. As we go backwards. Now, this wasn't perfect. We'll go back through it again. Drawing, and of course...
Toasty Thomas's brekkie. Oh.
Thanks, Tom.
Huzzah!
Worth it?
Huzzah.
Gillette Labs gives you a fresh blade feeling time after
Oh
time
my goodness.
after time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the other task here when you're drawing perspectives is trying to make sure that as you go backwards, you truly are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's something tough to do, but you will visually see this for yourself. That was a little too close. There you go. This one's not too bad. Obviously, some of the squares are not spaced out correctly or evenly or anything like that, but that's fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with this perspective grid. It's just we're using it as a guideline. And so what would you do with something like this? Well, so we would have maybe a road going through town. So let's draw that road. I use a different color. So anytime that I'm actually adding a subject matter to my perspective lines, I use a different color that directly contrasts, normally a darker color or just a new color in general. We could even use a dark blue if we wanted to. And so I'm just going to draw that road. So that's the road. All right, well, maybe I want to add a curve to this road. A curb to this road. So how would you draw a curb? Well, we would use these small planes of existence here. And then we're going to go up slightly. And then we will just simply go in the direction that we've been going this whole time. And essentially we made like this box almost, right? So we're gonna try and have to make this go up a little bit and match up with each other. Fantastic. Just go ahead and complete the box. There you go. And then now that we made another corner, guess what you do with that corner? You go from the corner and go all the way back. Go from this corner and go all the way in the back. There you go. And now we can actually follow these lines, these horizontal lines. Let me go ahead and mark them for you. So these horizontal lines right here, we're just going to follow those. That is our other plane of existence. So as we see that curbs usually they're broken up a little bit, right? Just follow those lines. They're naturally going to lead you down the pathway of awesomeness. There you go. And obviously, as we get further back, there's less and less to do. And so this is looking more like a pathway, but again, we can put down here real quick. We can put this line here, and then this line here. There we go. So it kind of looks maybe like a bike path of some sort. And then we're just going to draw a straight line right across each one of these sections. And the reason why we're doing this is because maybe we want to erase a section at a time. Oops, I need that one to stay there. Lamps. Add some street lamps. So technically with a curve like this, I mean, this is a very strange road, but you know, we're just having fun, right? This is not supposed to really be anything. So if we want to add a street lamp, seeing the perspective that we're seeing this road at, your circles. Let's see here. Let me figure this out, because I haven't really drawn anything in this perspective before. Start from here. And then go there. I make it a little skinnier. Little skinnier. There we go. And then we'll cap it off. And this is a fun thing too to do. This is actually probably a lot easier than what you think. So let's actually go ahead and draw our lamp outside of the perspective. And we'll draw something a little custom here. Well, this could be like a telephone pole too. Nice little telephone pole. Let's see. Let's make a telephone pole. Now, granted, my knowledge on telephone poles are pretty limited. If I remember right. They're pretty much a cross, I guess. Is there anything else? I mean, I know there's transformers and stuff like that on them as well. But that's fine. We can work with this. So we're going to take this object, right? And we're going to edit. And we're going to copy and then edit and paste it. And the reason being why we don't want to actually move our original object is because we want to come back to it and use it as an example further on. So we're just going to put this over here for right now. I want to move this out of the way because it might get in the way. So I'm going to put that up there. Go back to our copy and circle that. And then we're going to place this on the plane of existence. We're going to make it bigger. Let's make it even more big. Bigger is always better, baby. Make it bigger. And we're just going to put it on one of these lines. One of these lines, just like this. There we go. I think that is perfectly fine. So, telephone poles are typically pretty big. All right, cool. So that's one. And then we're going to go back to our other one. Do the same thing. Edit, copy, edit, paste. So now we got another one. Well, where is this one going to go? I think this one's going to go right here. And obviously, it's going to be a little smaller. Little smaller. I think that's pretty good. We're skipping a line. We're going to skip a line everywhere we go. Excellent. And I guess you guessed it. That's right. Edit, copy, edit, paste. And this one might actually be the size that we need. Maybe not. It needs to be actually a little smaller. I'm just going to shrink it down. And you don't have to be exact. Obviously, you don't have to be exact. This is just, it's perception, right? That's what we're after, is perception. The perception of reality in which we live in. Okay. I think that's all right. And you guessed it. Copy and paste again. Edit, copy, edit, pasta. And we're going to drag this one down. We're going to make it super small. We're going to go real small in this one. Oh, yeah, super small. And, of course, since we're going to have to really zoom in on our plane of existence, let's see here. So we're going to skip a line. Remember, we're skipping at least one line, so it's going to be right about there. Seems fair enough. It's definitely further back than the other ones. Look at that. We are just doing the things today. And we're going to do it again. Yes, yes. Copy. Edit. Paste. Darn it. Let me paste you. Let me paste, baby. Let me paste. Zoom in here. Get it small. Make it small. Get it so small. And then we're going to make it even smaller. My goodness. And we skip a line, and there we go. Boy, that is some vanishingness right there. And really, at this point in time, we can forgo the figure, and we can just make things just using a line tool, because pretty much by this point in time, I mean, we are gone. We are so far gone. And there you go. There's your light poles that just keep on going. This one might be a little taller. It might be a little taller. There. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's so fine. Doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, as far as the full composition goes, I mean, you're not even gonna notice those possibly back there. All right, and then so we like layer management, right? We got all these layers in the back here. We're just gonna merge them all together because I don't care today. Today's I don't care day. So we're just gonna select our first layer, then we're gonna check mark all these other layers. Then we're gonna merge selected layers. Yes. So they're all in one layer now. And then, so as we know, telephone poles have telephone lines. Imagine that. Imagine that. So we're going to go ahead and take the curve tool, and we went from a straight tool to a curve tool, and we're going to actually make that curve tool down to a size 3 because these lines, well, actually, we're going to go from a size 5. We're going to do size 5 for the first, size 3 for the next, size 2, 1, and make these lines smaller in width as we go along. So, and the reason why I want a curve tool is because when we see telephone lines, they of course are always curved, right? They're always curving, always curving. There we go. Go down a couple sizes. There we go. Go down a couple more sizes. And then essentially you're just gonna keep doing the same thing. Probably best to just go to a line tool or something like that and just continue the lines off into the distance. Something like that. And really all you're doing is you're just adding more life, more depth into the artwork as you go. And I'm going to stop with this right here because you get the idea. I think anybody would get the idea at this point in time. Anything that is closer to you, you make it large, in charge, and detailed. Anything further away from you, you make it smaller and harder to see, and will eventually disappear into the distance to the vanishing point where it just no longer exists anymore. You know, you can also add depth by creating mountains and stuff like that in the background, right? Just the outline edge of the background. And so now you have truly like, okay, we now have mountains back there. Kind of a small size of line. Let's go bump to at least a 3. Yeah, so now I got like mountains, you got canyons, maybe got like a city way back there or something like that. You know, the world is your oyster as far as all this is concerned, and this is kind of how you make scenery, essentially, in a way. But more so, this was just kind of like a doodle of understanding perspectives and how you treat a perspective grid when you make one. And so we got that done. I'm just gonna throw that up there. Now, what about if you want to change your perspective grid? Maybe you, let's just draw another one. So we draw this here, draw this over here. Let's go a little flatter, And then we got our vanishing point. Yes, we got our vanishing point right there. And then we're gonna go here, there. I'm gonna make this a little bit more precise. A little bit. Because when you get to the edge, your boxes here should be approximately the same width across, because that is the end of your line. So really you want to try and have this right here, or maybe you don't see that. Hold on. This here to this here, right? Okay. So this here to this there should be the same size. This here to this there should be the same size. And so you get what I'm saying. Like all these squares at the very end of your road, because that is the absolute closest visual that you have with the perspective. All of these boxes should be the same width. And of course, if they are the same width, then all the lines going backwards will also be the same width, proportionally to them getting closer to the vanishing point. That is the perfect, okay, that is the perfect perspective. That is what you want to always have. Granted, I'm just giving examples for this and just letting you know what you should have. So that width is going to be about right there. And then this one's actually going to be off the chart, so I'm going to use the space between here and the space between here as my, like, I'm just kind of visually seeing, like, oh, does that make sense or not? And then off to there, off to there.
At Kroger, you never compromise.
Now I'm just guessing because, I mean, we're off the, we are off the page now.
Coming soon, customer appreciation.
Get out of here. So yeah, this is all guesswork at this point in time. I'm sure there is a theory. I'm sure there is a mathematical equation. I'm sure there's a lot of things to be like, oh, well, if you just did this, then it would make sense. Okay, I understand. No, that's not this lesson, okay? That I'm not trying to go for perfection. I was just getting a little bit more accurate. So we have our first line that goes across there. Next line. Next line. That was a little too big. Maybe a little too small. Who knows? That was too small. All right, something like that. All right. So this, and then of course, the more grid squares that you add to your perspective, essentially, the more detailed your artwork is going to become. So as we see here with this example up there, I mean, this road was very, very simplified. This almost looks cartoony in way, shape, or form. This wouldn't be like a more natural road. Versus with this, you could make a more natural road. I know I'm using examples here, but I just really wanted to drive home these points. So you'd have the road here and the road there. Then you would have your lines going down the middle, right? And then your curb would be even smaller than the one that we drew up above. And then your light poles and stuff like that. And you see what I'm saying? Like, the more grid squares that you have in your perspective, the more allowance you're giving yourself for additional details. But let's just say you don't like this perspective. You want it shorter, or you want it longer, or whatever. Well, essentially, you're going to circle it with your lasso tool, or just selection tool in general. You don't have to do a lasso. And then you're going to select this right here, which is the scale and rotate. And now you can squish it like this, but it's not going to change anything, right? It just makes it itself smaller. Well, that's not what you want. And if you go this way, it just makes it bigger, but it doesn't actually change the perspective, right? It's always the same perspective every time. So what we need to do is when we hit scale and rotate, and I'm going to have to probably move myself here a little bit. Woo! Woohoo! So if we look off here, see how we have mode? There's scale, rotate, free transform, distort, skew, and perspective. Interesting. Maybe we should click on the perspective. All right, I'm gonna move myself back. And so now as the perspective, I can shift this. And you see how the square itself is changing, of which then our grids, and this is like a really big example, so our grid lines are changing too, because you're forcing a new perspective. Forcing a new perspective. And I think that's okay right there. That's fine. And then now we're going to make it bigger so that way it actually goes off the screen like we want it to. And then we'll show you the difference, right? We'll show you the difference. Just make it bigger. There we go. So we have now officially changed the perspective. We've made it more flat. And as you've seen when I was adjusting that square, that scale square, I was tilting that square downwards. It's a visual representation that I'm tilting it down, which means I'm making whatever it is more flat. It's like taking my hand and doing this. And so now my hand is more flat. And that's what I'm doing with this. So now let's go backwards, right? So this, just keep this in mind, keep a good visual on this. So that's what it looks now. And that's what it used to look like. So the squares got bigger, right? Because essentially, as you flatten an object out, you're going to be making these squares almost into one square. And I think if I just go ahead and further this this theory, you'll start to see it even more. Perspective. Oop, don't want to go that way. Well, that was fine because it should equal out, but maybe not. Okay. Oh. There we go. No, don't go that way. Just go. Yes. What was this? And then we're just gonna make it bigger. Woo. Looks like we got some weird stuff, but that's fine. Just making sure that that horizon is in the middle there. There we go. And we just changed the perspective again. So now it's like we're getting closer to the ground, right? We went from looking above something, looking downwards, and now it's like we're almost getting ourselves and looking like we're crawling on the ground almost. And so that's what you're doing. And then we're gonna back up. So that's what it looked like before. That's what it looked like before that. So we're really far away and we're looking kind of down at it. And then we went from looking far away to actually we're like getting closer, we're walking closer to this perspective. And then we're now getting lower. We're down on that perspective now. We're looking more towards like we're actually at ground level. So essentially what the training exercise there was, if you don't like the perspective that you're using, you can change it so long as you've drawn it. You can find, and I'm sure you can find PNG files of perspectives already drawn out appropriately. That way you can just slap it on your piece of paper and use it. No one owns perspective lines, okay? So don't be worried about making someone mad. You can't copyright perspective lines unless there's objects already drawn on the perspective lines themselves. There's no copyright or anything like that. So just as an example, let's see here. Let me type in a good old Google perspective lines. And yeah, there you go. So obviously I'm seeing a few where like you know, there's objects drawn. I wouldn't use that. And okay, that one has 2 vanishing points. All right, that's cool. I usually work with just 1 vanishing point because I work with characters and character creation, so I don't really need multiple vanishing points with that. You can, I mean, it's fine, but that's more of an advanced lesson, something that I don't even do much, if at all. Let's see here. Trying to find a really good example. I mean, this is more of like a room, and that's fine. Rooms are okay. Again, we're kind of getting to these double vanishing point things. This is an interesting one. Okay, I'm just going to use this as the example because this is also unique and it's interesting. Let me find it. Here we are. Just gonna screenshot this. Okay, so let's go ahead and first and foremost, let's go ahead and get this up and out of the way on our little doodle sheet. There you go. Now I'm going to import an image, and this is something that a lot of digital artists do when we are conducting ourselves in research and analysis, is importing images. So we're going to go File, Import, and let's see if you can see this. I don't have my OBS back up. Okay, so File, Import, Image, and then I'm already in my screenshots, you know, but you essentially go to Pictures, Screenshots, and then find the screenshot. Usually it's the last one that you took, which is at the bottom here, and hit Open, and there you go. And essentially all you're going to do now is you're going to fit this however you want on your canvas, how you believe that you would need it to be. We can keep it as original as possible, I suppose. That's fine. There we go. Okay. Now, what is the point of bringing in a perspective from the interwebs, right? And the problem with these, right, when you do screenshots like this, obviously it's not, the whole thing is not the color of your layer. This is not a solid image, or it's not a transparent image. And what I mean by that is when we draw something on this layer here, right? Well, when we blink it off, or when we do things and color things, so let's use the best example. So when we do our coloring, let's do a green color like this, right? Everything gets filled in appropriately, so we're filling in green on our light pools here and stuff like that. So we see that the fill color works just fine. And we can blink the color off. We can even blink the lines off, and we see where the color is left behind. But when we work with something like this, and we go back to our color layer, okay? So I'm just going to prove this. All right, we're on the color layer. I'm blinking on and off the green, okay? And we go to color it. Well, nothing happens because it's not a transparent image. And this is you'll run into this all the time with anything that you drag from online onto here. It's never going to be transparent. It's like you took a piece of paper. Think about it this way. It's like you took a piece of paper and you put it on top of your other piece of paper. So now you got two pieces of paper on top of each other, and it's like lifting up the paper and then drawing underneath in it and then putting the paper back on top. Well, are you going to see anything underneath that? No, you're not going to see anything underneath that because you put the piece of paper on top of the other paper. That's how simple it is, right? That's the simplistic understanding of what's happening here. Is essentially I imported another piece of paper. So how do we combat that? Well, that's easy. We just draw on top of it. Dear God. Tracing? Oh no! Oh. Obviously, tracing is okay in some circumstances, and then of course this circumstance is perfectly okay. Like I said, no one owns lines. All right, no one owns lines. No one owns a perspective point. That's garbage. Anybody that tells you different, that's garbage thought process. But how do we do this, right? We could just simply, take one of our pencils and stuff, and then we just, draw on top of it like, draw over top of it like, let's see if you can see this. Yeah, maybe not. Let's see here. Oops. Give me a second to go back a few steps. Go. Okay. Want to go to, okay, there we go. So this other paper, right, is right here, which is the topmost layer. So we're gonna have to have a layer over top of that in order to draw on top of it. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm adding a piece of paper, but the paper is transparent. Yes, the paper is transparent on top of a non-transparent piece of paper. And so that allows us to do things like this and draw over top of the thing that we want to trace, right? That's how tracing works in digital art. Well, as far as this is concerned, this is like, it's pretty transparent per se, but maybe not transparent enough. And so we have our opacity slider over here, and maybe see me circling it. Yes, it says 100. Well, we can drag that down and make these lines kind of disappear a little bit. And the reason why we want to do this is because when we go back up to our 100% opacity layer 3 that's on top of this piece of paper, essentially we'll be able to see our lines even better. Okay, now these are all straight lines, so I should be able to go from here and then just copy downwards. Let's actually make, if I'm trying to do one for one, I got to make sure I get the right line size. So let's just verify real quick here. So it looks like it is a size 3. Okay, so a size 3 would work just fine. Also, since I want to draw on top of these perspective lines, I'm going to pick a nice light color to do this with. And all we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we follow these lines as best as possible. Again, all I'm doing is showing you examples. I'm not trying to be 100% precise here or take a lot of time doing this. And probably something else that would help here, since I'm going off into the void, is since it seems hazy, which is interesting, but I don't want it to be hazy. I want to be more precise. So I'm just going to hold that shift button down and go straight across and give myself my own horizon line. And this is going to give me much more focus on this line art because now I know where I need to end. Good stuff. Follow these lines as best as possible. Like I said, these are all straight lines. You might not think, well, the lines coming this way, up and down, vertical lines are straight. They are not curved in any way, shape, or form. They are straight. It's interesting that they pretty much have the back of this spaced out as much as equally spaced out. If you notice where we're ending, these lines are perfectly spaced out back here. They're not going to a true vanishing point, which eventually they would, right? Because if we did follow these along, they should end somewhere. But this is something I've never really experienced myself as far as this is concerned. And maybe we do have our first curvature. Let's see here. We're following this line as best as possible with our straight line tool. We'll see as we further, they might actually curve these lines a little bit as we get away from the center mass, but let's see here. We'll find out when we get over there. Oh yes, they are curving. See how much of more of a dip we were getting? So we have a small dip right here. Now we have a really large dip right here. And I bet you we'll have an even larger dip as we follow this line all the way up to where it should go. Yeah, even bigger dip. So they have straight lines for this perspective. Here, 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 here. So those lines are straight, which would mean that if this is the center lines, these right here are the center lines. So that means we should have 2 more. 1, 2. So those lines right there should be also straight, which they look like they are. And then every line outside of this going this way, and every line outside of this going this way will have curvature. So we will have to use the curved line tool. Now I will explain this perspective of why they made this and why I think this is a pretty cool perspective line or perspective grid, is because it allows you to have what they call a fishbowl or a fish eye perspective. And so when you draw things, just as let's go ahead and get rid of these lines since they're going to be curved anyways. So when you start having fishbowl, let's draw a line here and then a line. Let's see if they're going this way. Let's go right there. And then of course we're going to follow that. Well, we can't follow it too much, but anyways, Just trying to give the example. I'm just trying to give an example. So we know that this curve here. Oops. Let's go up to a 3. We have the slightest bit of curvature. You know what? I'm going to use a larger example because we're really not going to notice it until we use a much bigger example. So we're going to use this curvature over here. There you go. We have this curvature over here. It's very slight though, very slight curvature. Straight line from this corner up, 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 up. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Maybe right about there. And then this line right about, oh, I don't know. Right about there maybe. In general practice is to copy that same curve and edit, copy, edit, paste. And just simply translate it up here. And it seems to be disappearing, right? So as we look at out towards this left-hand side, we see that it disappears and the boxes seem to get slightly smaller. So we'll rotate this line to go down this way. There we go. Yes, yes. And then we're gonna copy this. Well, we can't copy that because we're on layer 3 copy, so the only thing we'd be copying would be that line there. We need to go back to layer 3. Copy this line here, edit, copy, edit, paste. Drag it up, put it on the corner, and rotate it down. Let's see here. We'll match it up as best as possible. Shrink it. Oop. We actually need to go this way. There we go. There we go. Then we can merge these selected layers. We're going to erase this. I think I actually did this line wrong. It needs to be flipped. Yeah. Flipped. There we go. And then we can do all sorts of fun things with this. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and we can, usually it's best to use line tools for this, particularness. Using these perspective lines as a guide. And then we're gonna make it like a big alleyway right here, yeah. This right there, and this right here is going to follow that line right there. That can follow its own line because we're just doing our own little shrinking, and we're just creating a bunch of fun little boxes. And essentially what you'd be doing is just kind of like creating a row of boxes that could then become a building, could become whatever it is you want. Maybe we'll carve them up a little bit, which of course we'd be creating or needing to use a different layer to do this. So as an example, so let's carve this up. I'm gonna carve it. Carve it. It's almost like making a loaf of bread. Interesting. Let's go ahead and make a loaf of bread. Why not? There you go. Okay. Making a loaf of bread. All right. And then as far as how this loaf of bread would behave, I suppose, we would have a curved line that would follow that curve. And then a curved line that would follow that, just like that. And then this line here. There. Interesting. Then we erase all of this essentially. And this we get erased because we don't need it no more. And then we need to make go. Big weird slice of bread, I guess. Very strange. And then I don't know, bread usually has what, a bunch of little circles and stuff from air pockets and things. So let's see here. How would I oh, let's draw the slices. So the slices would be pretty easy, per se. If I could draw a straight line. And we'll just use these lines as our guide. Straight line tool, I need you. It's actually gonna be a little bit bigger. There we go. Yeah, the width doesn't really change too much. It does get smaller, but it's not like a massive change. Sliced bread. Better than sliced bread. And then we could create a crust around it, of course, because hey, you know, bread has crust. Yeah. So it'd be something like this. And something like this. I don't think it'd be that thick on that side. I might be wrong, but it might be that thick. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't make sense because it's not curved. It needs to be just a little bit of a curve to it. There we go. That looks nice. And the same principle down here is that this is going to be having a little bit of a curve to it. We can also round out these edges a little bit. See here, that is that. So we're going to be carving a little bit more. And so if we round off this edge, just like that, there we go. Because I don't know about you, but I don't think any bread has sharp edges. Wouldn't probably want to eat that bread. Back to our layer 3. We're going to go ahead and erase this. And then what we're going to do is use our straight line tool. And do something like that. Probably Yeah, that's fine. And then erase these. There we go. Now, something fun that we could do with this sliced bread is create one of these slices actually like falling off, falling backwards. Now, the way that we would do this, of course, is actually pretty simple. It may seem strange or crazy or wild or whatever, but we're going to create another layer. And I'm going to do green. Yes, we're going to do green. And so as far as understanding the curvature of these lines, now, oops. So if we follow this line here, because maybe I should show you this information. So we are going to be following this line right here and going the direction that it's going. Okay. Reason being is because that's the edge of our bread. That's where our bread stops at this line right here. So therefore, if we are going to draw on this perspective, that line right there, then we are going to grab our curve tool and we are simply going to go from this end to this end. Now, granted that we're doing an extra slice, right? So if we're doing an extra slice, we have to go one brick over, essentially, until we match up with our line. It's gonna be right about here. And then make sure that we put that slight little bend in it. And then we're gonna do the same thing for this line that we were on, but we've created a different line, which is fine. Put that slight bend in it. Then we're gonna take this that we drew, and we're gonna start putting it towards the back and do we shrink? I think we just need to shrink it for it to fit. I could be wrong, but and then we're gonna stand it up. I don't think this is gonna work that way. I'm thinking of it working. Let's see here. This is a little bit of a new adventure for me too, but I know it's gonna work. I just have to figure out the semantics. It'd be better if I was smarter, because that's for the main slice of bread itself. So we need to continue forward from that point here. And then follow that line. There we go. Follow that right about here. Now we need to, I don't know if it's free transform or not, but we're going to try it out. I don't know. I think it is free transform, because essentially what we're trying to do is lift it off of the ground, is what we're trying to do here. Because we want a falling slice. We want a falling slice. It's not quite felled over yet, but we want it falling. But we want it to match up the perspective as best as possible. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now you could say, well, we could duplicate this to get the thickness right. It might work, it might not work, but we're gonna see. Oops. Because the thickness would be right about there. Okay. Now that we have that established, we can now copy this S curve like this, right? And essentially do something like this. Let's see here. We may have to do some curve action. And then now, of course, since we have a lot of it gone, right, we can erase the rest of this. Don't need it anymore. And with that being said, we're going to merge layer 5 together. And we're going to alter it just a little bit because I think the perspective is still off a tiny bit. So really it's just kind of, what do we need to do to make this a little bit more believable? I mean, it's pretty good as it is, but I just don't know. Maybe we need to rotate it a little bit more. Because essentially what needs to happen is it needs to fall down, right? It's falling. And fall down in this perspective, but go in the right direction. Where it's believable that it looks like it's falling away from the slice of bread. It's falling away. It might be going a little bit more vertical. Than initially thought. Something like that. That seems pretty believable. That seems pretty believable. And using your transform tools, of course, is just a huge benefit to finding out like what you should be doing, like how something looks, because our eyes are incredibly wonderful. They're beautiful. And we can visualize things very well. Maybe not 100%. And even this that I think it looks okay could still be wrong. But it's one of those things where like it seems like it's going to fall. If I think about the trajectory, it feels like it's going to fall right about here, which would be in line with the line that it's, you know, on. So this visual makes sense to me for the most part. Is it 100% right? I don't know. But anybody who looks at this, maybe they'll say, oh, no, that looks pretty good, or no, that does look wrong. Maybe do it this way, that way. And essentially what you're battling is just personal perception. And everyone's personal perception is going to be different. Everyone's personal perception is different. And then we could just continue slices of bread from here, right? Like they could just be continually falling down. And the more slices of bread that you would actually add to this, you probably would essentially get an even better grasp of, yeah, this is actually totally freaking off, or it looks great. Such as an example, because I'm sure you all like examples, right? Such an example would be to copy this, edit, copy, edit, paste. So now we have 2 of them, and obviously we want them, this next slice of bread, well, if we continue following it down like normal, right, it actually is like curving off, which is fine. Like when you when you're doing stuff that's moving around and whatever, it's okay to get out of line. I think this actually even looks pretty cool. It's very dynamic. So, you know, the next piece of bread would be like falling towards the road, right? It's actually going towards the road. Or whatever thing we're doing here. Like, we're adding some fun to it. Ooh, stretch, I'm sorry, stretch! Ah! Yes! Ah, stretch time! I am the world's most comfiest artist. I am in my lovely recliner. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Lovely recliner. I got my feet up. See, foot time there. There you go. Foot time. got that going. I mean, I am the world's comfiest artist. I don't do none of that computer chair shit. No, sir. No, sir. But yeah, I mean, this is actually fun. I think this is pretty fun. I don't really need to alter too much per se. I just need to make sure that if I were to use this, well, we're getting tilted. We're getting tilted. That you know, I draw out what I believe would be happening to this bread. Which wouldn't be too much. It might actually be like a crease in the bread because it's like folding a little bit. I don't know. But no, I would just make sure that I would continue along that path as best as possible. And in fact, actually, I think I drew it too. I need to go shorter with this, actually. There we go. Just proving that even if you didn't follow this perspective line religiously or literally, if you didn't follow the perspective line, it's fine. So long as you are obeying the laws of physics at play as far as the perspective, right? So clearly, this slice of bread here does need to be a schmill smaller than the bread that's in front of it, even if it's not by a massive amount, because as we see here with our grid, the squares do not get that significantly smaller in the most front part of our perspective. They clearly do decline, but so long as we follow the idea of it. And that's the biggest thing here. It's all an idea. Everything's an idea. We've already, like, I mean, just look at what we've done. I mean, we made sliced bread. We could have done anything on this. I could have made a building. Heck, maybe this is like a sliced bread house, right? You got a doorknob, you got a window here and there, whatever, right? We could, again, we do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But I think this was a good exercise in understanding. And then, of course, what you could do, too, is you can do symmetry with this. So everything that you drew on one side, edit, copy, edit, paste. And essentially all you need to do is flip it around. So mirror image it. Oops. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Let's merge all of these layers. Merge. Just makes your life simpler. Merge. Edit. Copy. Edit. Paste. Yes, now we have all this. And all we have to do is mirror image it. Right? And put it in the appropriate location on the other side. Which would be right here, because all lines will match up, right? All of our perspective lines will match up, so we just need to find those lines and then just matching them up. And there you go. So now you have multiple rows of it's just bread falling, interesting stuff. So, you know, this is a good thing to do, especially when you're making like cities. And or like you're creating, you want your buildings to be the same size. I think a good example of this would be, let's see if we can let's see here. That's a dual vantage point perspective. I'm trying to find something that would be single vantage point. Looking. Not seeing, because much more of the time... oh, here we go. This is probably about as close of an example as I'm going to be able to find. So as far as the example, pull my OBS back up. There we go. As you see here, we're on the same line perspective. Let's draw on this and I'll show you what I mean. What I mean. First we have to rasterize it to work on this. So rasterize. All right, so it looks like we're about here. Let's make the lines thicker. Tone down the opacity. Get all this out of here. There you go. Let's make it 5. So right about here, and we're gonna go to there, right? And then essentially that is a straight line. That's a straight line. And we're going to try and I really want to sell the point on this. So then we're going to take the straight line at the end of this and bring it up to probably right about here. Okay. And then we are going to take another straight line. As you see, it crosses over like this. Now you're going to be like, well, what about all these variances? That's correct. There is going to be some variances, and the reason being is because they took the liberty of changing every box that they've made into something else. And so, let's see here. So going backwards, this is going to be hard because I'm working with someone else's stuff. Which, by the way, we're using this for educational purposes only. We're not redistributing it, nor are we recreating the artwork in any way and selling it off and doing things. We're just using this for educational purposes. So let's see here. So this is the first box, of which then, as far as seeing the perspective, trying to understand where they're coming from. So technically this should continue all the way over here. As you see, it does line up with this roof here. Funnily enough, though, do you see something interesting? It does not line up with the roof of this other building. I guarantee, though, at least it should be a guarantee. Let's draw this out a little bit there. If we were to raise this line up, it should match the roof at the top here. So we might actually draw this line on a different layer, because I want to prove that point. Is it the same? Is it the same straight line? Okay, so there's that. Now we're going to simply move this line . No, it is not. So now you start actually seeing the strange faults of perspective. So essentially, they made this box here. Right. Made this box here. Oops. Follow these lines as best as possible. And then they made... So let's just see, does this line right here, so does this line that I'm making right now, does this match up with the roof over here? And it does. It does match up with the roof over there, and of course it stops. Actually, does it continue through with that seam line? It does. Okay. No, it does not. No, it does. It does. So, interesting. Okay. The problem of this is if he continued on the path, right? If he continued on the path, he should have ended up right about there. But this roof line goes this way. So the corner of the box does not match up. I am actually more curious than ever now. I am now curious, how did this artist draw this perspective? Because if we look at the and this is a perfect example that you do not have to be perfect with your perspectives. You do not have to be perfect with everything that you're doing with perspectives, because as I'm noticing here, there's a lot of just anomalies that make no sense. But if we step back and look at the artwork, right? This is pretty cool. This is why I picked this, because I thought that this was done in the correct perspective line, so that way I could not so much prove the points or anything like that, but to show you how you make a row of boxes. And essentially what you're going to be doing with those row of boxes is you're going to be carving them up and adding more boxes onto it, adding more details, and you should end up with buildings that, even though they started from the same squares, they will look different because you built on them. It's like building a Minecraft house, right? We all start with a rectangular box in Minecraft, but then we start adding stair steps, we start adding roofs, we start adding chimneys, we start adding all sorts of stuff in our Minecraft houses. Everyone can start with a rectangle, right? A box in Minecraft, but then end up with a completely different building. That is the idea here. That is the training, the lesson to be learned. But I'm very curious now on how this person's truly did their perspective, because they followed the law of perspective up until a point. So let's make a whole new fresh layer, because I want to really dive in. I am very curious. And I'm just using, right? I'm using their lines. It's not like I'm imagining a line. I'm using the lines that they are using, that they've made themselves. And so this right here is an absolute line, meaning it goes straight down. There is no deviation. Hopefully you can see this on stream. I'm going to get in a little closer. We're going to get nice, close, and personal as best as possible. Right about here. So if I hold the shift key, right? So the shift key makes sure I go straight, I go at a 45-degree angle, or go straight down. If I hold the shift key at this point and go down, there is hardly any deviation. Some of this seems like it's drawn by pencil, but there's no deviation here. I can draw a straight line down. So I know for a fact that this line here is definitely a line they use to construct their buildings. Then, if we look here at the doors and everything down here, if I start at this door corner and work my way across, of course it's a straight line tool, right? And now the reason why I'm dipping my line is because I want to see, does that line go off track at all? And it doesn't. Everything is continuing on just fine. There might be some minute details, but as we see with the minute details, it's because they've recessed it. They pushed back those windows or those doors just a little bit to create just that much more added depth, and that's perfectly fine. You can do this once you've established your actual cubism, right? Your cubes. And so, you know, I'm going all the way over here, and obviously we got a lot of ground to cover. We got to go to that last building over there. So what we'll do is the other line of continuity that they've 100% drew was this one right here. This goes straight down. It does not deviate. It goes all the way down right about there. And now, granted, I am drawing a little extra. The reason why I believe I'm drawing extra is because I don't believe this was, it might have been part of the main box. But that's a lot of carving you'd have to do. And when typically, now this is how I do it, your very first frontmost building, which is this one right here, is going to be the initial carve work. Because if you make a box, I got to point to this. Okay. I got one. Let's redo this line. So let's start all the way to the top. Right here. Work our way down. Right about there. Okay. So if that is the tallest point, right? That's the tallest point on this box. Correct? Everyone can agree to it. This is the tallest point, which means this should be the most minimum carving work to do. And essentially this awning here is an additional piece that they added onto the square itself, right? So this is something the artist would have drawn on top of the box. Can we all agree with this? Yes. Okay. We can all agree that that's what would have happened. They've added that after the fact. So if we follow the line of perspective, which would be probably this line. No. Maybe this line here. I'm going to say that line, possibly that line, but any of these lines should work for what we're trying to prove. So this line here, we might have to zoom out a little bit. Yes, okay, right here. This line right here, it's kind of small, so okay. This line here right about there. Which means, technically, if we kept going up with this line, there. Okay. And we erase this. And then just to, oops. This line here goes this way, right? So this is part of the line work. Okay. So that goes there, which means if we move this line up, this line should match up with every other line on this roof. So if we go up, by golly, it matches. If we go up again, by golly, it matches. So therefore, if we go all the way up here, that is the top of the box right there. So that is the top of this is the first face. Let's go ahead and finish this line art here. Again, this all means something. It all means something. Probably right there. Is that it? I believe so. Follows that, but does not follow anything else. Well, we have to look at this a little bit more. So this line here, oops. Erase that jargon. And then we'll erase this. So if it ends right about there, and this is the perspective, and that box ends there, right? Because that's how that works there. Then we have this line here, which is straight down, should end right about there. This house is this. Let me get this pencil. This house here is recessed. So the artist pushed it back behind this building here. That's quite obvious. And then, however, if we think about this, if it's recessed, then we see this ledge right here, right? This little ledge edge of this building here. Because if we draw this line, we're just drawing lines, right? Draw this line. Okay, so this ends there, but then another line starts right there, but this line goes all the way down. This is part of this house that I'm drawing on, and this is all shadow right here. So the artist recessed this white building okay, recessed this building. And I'm just trying to understand how they formed this perspective. Recessed this building. This building is matched up with this building. And then this building is recessed away from this building. So I think the reason why we might be having so much problem with this is because essentially the buildings are in step in series. They're going away from each other in some way, shape, or form. They're going away from each other, meaning like they're pushing out from themselves continually. The only two buildings that match up with each other are these two right here. So, if that is the truth, okay. If you don't remember what I'm trying to find, I am trying to find the original box that this person used. Right? I'm trying to find the original box. You could say they may have used multiple boxes, right? Let's bring up my example again, right? So this, if you remember, came from one box. One box, that means all of these buildings are essentially the same. They're on the same plane of existence. That's all about. That's fine. They're on the same plane, and eventually they'll follow the lines through, and you know, get smaller and smaller as we go down the road, right? But as I mentioned with this, right, is that, you know, you're adding structure to go away from the building. Perfectly fine, by the way. This is perfectly normal. And what you would do, of course, you would just to like create an awning or something like that. And then you'd have maybe you'd have your stair steps, right? And this is really bad, but I'm showing you what you would do. And then maybe this has an interesting roof to it or something like that. A building that goes back here or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a oh, hold on. Maybe it's a sign of some sort. I don't know. It's got like a little, it's got like flags on it or something. There we go. And then again, you'd be following the same perspective, right? And what I'm trying to get at is you would use your initial block and you'd start carving and adding pieces to it, paying mind and respects to your perspective. Especially when you're dealing with an absolute solid object and it's an unmovable object. And like the sliced bread thing, the sliced bread is actually moving. So when something is moving, it can defy the perspective lines so long as it only pays respects to going towards the vanishing point. So long as these slices of bread that would be continually falling, right, obey the laws of the vanishing point and continue to get smaller and smaller and smaller as they go towards that vanishing point. So long as that is adhered to, it can fall anywhere on the I guess you could say the horizontal plane of existence, like these two slices right here are doing. Perfectly fine. But since they are falling away from the bread, they do have to get smaller and smaller and smaller respectively. Now that is respecting the perspective grid. But again, drawing back to over here, you know, I added an awning, I added a door and steps and stuff, and of course this is just rough. Please keep it in your head. What we're trying to accomplish here is understanding that, you know, as stuff is going away from the building, it's still in the same plane of existence as the rest of the perspective lines, the perspective grid. But if there's anything outside of that, you know, it's still like adding, I don't know, like a brick frame or something like that. Either case, though, it came from one block, right? We should be able to find in this art piece right here, we should be able to find the main block this artist used. So far, I don't know where that is. I want to imagine that it's your first building. Let's see here. I don't know how many things I have to undo. Well, what I can do. Let's go all the way there. Go ahead and delete layer 4. I'm just gonna use this first box. I think that's just gonna help me understand this more. Sloop. I'm assuming, okay, this is my assumption, that this rooftop is the top of the box. Because why would you draw anything outside of this, per se? And it matches up just fine. And we do have a little bit of deviation here with this edge, but that happens throughout the rest of the building, as we see here. So, therefore, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. They're adding depth to the piece, and of course, everything is following the same lines. If you know, it's fine. This is the box that they used. And so if we take this off, you know, let's it's hard to imagine this face over here. That's the tough part, is imagining that, because I just don't know where they would have done it, where it would have went. I mean, it could be something and see, we're running into another problem. We're running into the first problem here. Think about it, okay? We're trying to go off the page here. At first, it looked innocent enough, right? And I'm just taking their lines. I'm just taking their line work. This topmost line, right? This should be... Let's go off the paper. Right there. And then right here. Okay. No problem. This is clearly the top, because when you work with a box, right? Man, there's so many there's so many lessons here. There's so many lessons, everybody. How you're supposed to do stuff. Let's draw a box, and then we're gonna draw another box. Let's see here. They drew the box. Let's see, the other part would have been. So this is a high-low, a high-low. So high-low, high-low, high-low. So you draw a box, and you draw another box like this, okay? And then you take the line art, and then you go over here, and you go across the line art, and you go across the line art, and then you go across the line art, and then you go across the line art. And see, now you got a box. Well, it's not quite right. That looks a little weird. Let's see here. Let's draw a better one. Shoot. Let's go right about there. Like, there, is that right? It should be the same size. I should just be smarter than this. I should just be smarter than this, okay? Edit, copy, edit, paste. Shoop. There we go. There we go. Let's try and match this up as best as possible. It's a pretty steep line, but that's fine. But it's going to be out of the ways too. Now you can say, well, this looks like a traditional piece. Have you ever heard of a fucking ruler? Okay. I don't care if this is a traditional piece or a digital art piece. This still needs to respect every part of perspective, and someone had to have used a ruler to do this anyway, so I don't want to hear it like, oh, you gotta give him a break, it's a traditional piece, man. Like, man, you're really getting after him. I don't care. So, and I'm trying to replicate the two faces of their construction as best as possible. So, it looks to be something like this. Yeah, maybe. Let's take a quick look. Okay, that didn't work out because I didn't merge the layers because I'm a ninny. I'm a ninny. Merge. Okay, let's make them bigger. Whoop. Oh, baby. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay. Bigger. Bigger is always better. Okay. Well, we also need to perspecticate on this a little bit. Let's put that right there. We don't want it falling away. No, we don't want it falling away. Again, don't want it falling away. There we go. We need it to go. So we follow these lines as best as possible. Okay. I might just try to get this one lined up, because if this one gets lined up, then it's gonna take some time. Gonna take some time because I had to figure out how this artist made this happen. Okay. Think. I think I got it. I'm just going to delete this. So let's use the get a new layer. Use this building. Then circle. I'm gonna do perspective. And obviously what we're trying to do is, now that we have the size, we're now trying to line up with this here. And that's going to give us our initial square. Well, rectangle. And so this should be the box that they used. That looks right. All right, so this is the box. So let's just take everything. Yes, apply transformation. Okay, so that is the box that they used for the first building. So here we go. Edit, copy, edit, paste. Now we're going to take this and match it on this other side. Obviously, it's going to be smaller, but it should still have the same perspective. I do not see any curvature. I do not see where there would be a hint of fish bowling or anything like that. This is basics of perspectives. And then, of course, the outside edge of this building should match up to the top of these lines here. We're pretty close. that should be it. Maybe a little smaller. Right about there. Okay. I'm satisfied with this, so let's continue forward. So, these are the two faces of the building that he used. Assumption, by the way. This is all assumption. But it's what's making sense to me. It's what's going through my head. Yeah, line size 5. Okay, so if that's the case, then this should be true as well. When we go from what? Yeah, let's merge these together real quick. Merge. So we go corner to corner, right? We're making a box. You don't, when you make a box, you do not go and just say, well, this is going to be this part right here, then this part right there, and then we're going to go down right there, and then right there. I mean, yeah, sure, you can do that, but that's just dumb. Make it simple on yourself. Go from the corner to the other corner. That's the whole point of making a box. Box 101. Corner to corner. I won't worry too much about that right there because this is not going to be visible, this inside line here. And then corner to corner. Okay. It's a very strange box. This would not be visible. Based on the building's perspective, this would not be visible. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of it. Okay. Let's see here. So, oops, may have messed this up a little bit. Not by much, but a little bit. So we got that face done. And then this right here needs to line up. I need to reline this up with this right here. Okay. That's relined up. That's lined up. But even then, I think anybody who looked at this would say this doesn't look right. And the reason why I say this doesn't look right, just kind of see where the lines are going inside the building, right? The lines going this way, that way, this way. Again, I understand it's traditional art. It is what it is. But as you see, none of these lines going inside. Even, and obviously this is what my biggest problem is this right here. None of these lines are following. Like even this line, it seems to dip downwards. And then this line itself over here, again, if we follow this, right? I mean, it's not even gonna get close to. Now, granted, we can make this box smaller, right? Okay, we can make the box smaller, and whatever, but. Okay, so let's let's follow this line right here. And then from this inner cross section here, that is the true corner. All of this does not exist. We can further prove this by taking this line here, which follows this awning. That goes there. He also has this that goes straight across, just like this. That's fine. That matches up fine, per se. This line here. Follow this like that. But as you see, like, so therefore this line should actually go like this. If we're trying to follow the same line art, that's how that should go. Okay, so all of this goes away. Again, I may have made some mistakes, that's fine. But we are moving forward. Okay. Starting to get this first box down. This line but see, that's not the true corner per se. We have the true corner on this one. There's no denying that. But if we follow all of these lines, the problem I'm having is the fact that if you were to draw an actual box, okay, clearly, obviously, we know that this individual rounded this corner here, which is a part of carving into the box. There is this little bit of line right here. This should be pretty much the corner. And if we're following this line, that means this line should essentially be the same, of which it is. Again, this back here is going to be inconsequential because it doesn't exist anyways. So wherever that line goes, it does not matter. This you have to take this out of mind. This right here does not matter because of how the box itself is constructed. What does matter is how these two lines meet up, because this 100% should be right about, well, let's redraw this over top of each other. So this is the absolute corner. Right there. Okay. So the first initial problem area is this is this whole corner right here, because this is acting like this is the absolute corner of the box, but based on the line art, you have this line here that does not follow the same plane of existence, because we start and it matches up, but then all of a sudden it's like, no, we don't match up anymore. So that means, and then I'm following this line right here, right? I'm following this line. This line should continue till right about here. So this section has to be wrong. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This section has to be wrong. Why is it wrong? Don't know. And then, well, that's carved work. I don't want to put carving into this. So that is the box they used. Probably, I would say 80% accuracy, maybe 90% accuracy on the box that they used. Now, if we step back, erasing some of these other lines because they're gonna get in the way of understanding this box more. You're having fun? You're having fun learning about a box? What's actually fun to me is learning what another artist did. I love doing research. Research is so much fun. And so I like learning, like, how did this artist do this? How did this artist do this? Well, okay. So this is clearly a rectangular box, but it's sharing characteristics of a parallelogram. And if you don't know what a parallelogram is, let me show you. There you go. That is a parallelogram, where basically you take a rectangle and then you just skew it. You know, you shift the sides over, and then now that's what you got. Okay, so put that in your head, what a parallelogram looks like. Excuse me. So that's what a parallelogram looks like. Okay. Now look at the roof of the building. The roof of the building is acting more of a parallelogram than it is a true rectangle, I guess you could say. And it might be just my perception of things, but we might be able to prove this with making an X. Because an even surface like this, corner to corner, corner to corner, that looks like a perfect, that looks like a perfect rectangle. And now this is more of like what we would consider like a perfect square. It's almost like a square. But if we look at this at the top, it doesn't seem to line up how I would imagine it to line up. It looks off. We might be able to go back in time to where we had all of this originalness, right? we'll take yeah, we'll take this, right? So this was the original before I started messing with things. Look at the difference in the X. We won't be able to go back, by the way, if we start drawing again. So remember, this is the original X. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it, so that way we know what it looks like. We'll compare the two. So that is this building's X. This is the artist's X on top of the building. Okay. Then let's see here. We can Is that our X? Is that his X though? Let's see here. No, this would be our X. Yes, this is our X. So can we spot any differences? Not really. There's not a whole lot of difference here. But the reason being, though, is because we are trying to copy what this guy has set up. That was an interesting experiment anyways. Now, let's move on to the next thing, because this is relatively the box that was used. We are going to have to redraw this corner here because of the fact that we found out that this is the true corner to this true corner over here. So there's a straight line that goes from here to there. Okay. So the next thing, that should be pretty easy. All right, this actually should be pretty easy. Despite everything else, this should be pretty easy. Because we should simply be able to take this box, move it around, right? We're moving it around. And this box, when we make it smaller, should line up with pretty much anything else that we want to draw. So let's make it smaller. Oop. Match up with this right here. So we got so these lines are matching up. That's good. That's good. And it's fine. This side of the box right here, I'm not concerned about. I am concerned about these lines matching up, because they should be the same angle, right? The answer is right. They should be the same angle. They have to respect the perspective. And for the most part, and I shouldn't have to rotate at all. I should be able to move this block and make it smaller as we go along the perspective lines. So let's go back up, make sure I did not rotate this in any way, shape, or form. Okay. So all I should have to do is make this box smaller, and we will continue on the same plane. That looks right about there. This line right here is going right up the wall with no deviation. So far we're good. And this line also is following the same awning line. If you see the gap right here, this is a very even gap. There's not a, if anything, there's not a whole lot of deviation here. So this line is matching up too. So as we get up here, all right. Well, it seems like this corner ends right there, but that's, you know, this is a little semantical, but these buildings are technically next to each other. Let's just scoot it over a little bit, huh? The angles should be at the same at the top as well. So we got this right here, that corner lines up just fine. We have a little bit of gap here, so that could be some carved work. It could be, because if we go down a little bit, that line does match up with the other lines. Let's see about this right here. So that lines up as it should, and yes, the awning does line up. The only concern that I have, though, is, and then this lines up. I'm pretty satisfied so far. So far, everything seems to be fine. So now we need to go further and shrink it. Okay, this line follows the same as the one at the top. So I'm circling at the top here. That I'm looking at the top roof part. That line seems to follow. We're bringing this back. We notice that awning, that line, the awning line follows. That's good. Which means that the windows should follow the same line. And all these buildings, it follows the same line. Top of that roof there, this building, that follows the lines. That one kind of doesn't. The one underneath it doesn't follow very well. But this corner. Because the line for that would be right here. Corner seems to be off a little bit, which then would throw... I'm telling you, the smallest portion of you not following the lines, it's going to throw a lot of things off. So this top brick piece up here is a little wonky. Just by a little bit. Little wonk. Especially when the recess line is right... Recess line is right about here? Yeah, as you see, it does not follow. This line right here does not follow the perspective line. So we have our first instance of a mistake. And see, even if we line up with this top line, right here, there's a gap. It does not follow through. And then the top line itself, that seems okay. But yeah, it doesn't follow through very well. If we take the perspective of this, that building line, whatever this top building line does not follow any of the lines at all. Like nothing there. And if we go to the awning line, completely off, and then the bottom of the building line, even more off, of course, because it's, you know, your perspectives are shrinking, so lines are converging on each other, right? So if I do this, eventually the lines are going to hit and meet each other at the perspective line. So you can have different angles, but I don't think this much, especially if, again, you know, we're going back to the roof. We line up this corner with this corner. You see it. It lines up just fine. And so really, sure, apply. So we go here. The question, the thing in question is this right here. It obviously is matching up with this because, well, they're together. The question I want answered, does that line translate the same going down as it should? Does not on these windows. The windows are different. And then, of course, the awnings are completely off, so. But as far as going across the page, so if we just take this, yes, we just take this off, right? It looks correct. Because your lines would go... let's make it smaller. Let's go 3. Now this is just me being a little bit of an artist. Okay, so let's bring it back. Yes. So in theory, the lines I just drew should match up with what this guy drew. They do not. They do not. They're clearly, like, as you see here, some of these lines do match up just fine. Like, I'm taking every single line on this right here from what I just drew with this section here, and it matches up just fine. If I go up towards the top a little bit, where this block would be, right? So it's like sitting right here like this. And it does not match up. Which means... Which means... the line they did with this box, or this right here, was like this. And then... that... I'm gonna blank it off, and that's the line work right there. Yeah, I mean it's off. It's interesting, very interesting that the rest of the lines follow suit. Even the sign down here, this sign follows the lines. That follows the lines as far as this line in the building follows the lines. The roof are these window sills follow the lines, and so interesting. Yeah, that follows the lines. That follows the... Guess I'm just having a difficult time just believing that this box actually is being continued through the whole art piece. But every time I shift it over, it seems to line up okay, for the most part. Okay. So, if that is to be believed, let us make this building block then. So, and then back over here. Resize it to fit the first. This is the true testament if this really is correct. Okay, we need to make it a little smaller. That lines up. Again, I'm not rotating anything either. If you rotate this box at all, you are violating the law. Stop, criminal scum! You're violating the law. Tiny bit bigger, as we want to follow that line right there. I think that's it. Okay. Hit that. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to edit, copy, edit, paste. Now, we need to make this box smaller. Just a little scotch smaller. But it should head in the right direction. Meaning that when we go this way, as we have attempted to prove, everything should line up, by the way. This, if we're trying to do a singular box theory, this is what I'm trying to prove, is that this is a singular box theory. And the box isn't lining up as far as this top portion here. But again, if we make sure that these lines are correct, that's how it would be. And this box should not move, by the way. In the sense of like, the lines, every single line should line up. Like this back corner here should line up together. If we are the correct size, if we're using the one box theory. One box theory. Everything should line up. Again, I cannot rotate anything. See, the interesting thing, okay, this is an interesting thing. When I line up this brick here, right, everything follows suit correctly. And even the line, as far as like the top of the building is kind of correct too. But, if we look down here, this does not match up. It should be something, even if you do recession, right? Which I don't know if this building is recessed or not. It doesn't seem like it's recessed. But we do understand that it is reset. They are recessing the buildings. Well, this is the most recessed building. The front building technically is the most recessed building, so this should be out a little ways, essentially. But that wouldn't follow anything going on here. Okay. And see, the funny thing is this line no longer adheres to these doors and stuff. Even if there is a gap, these doors do not follow the same perspective. But we're gonna put that building right there. It's fine. We're just gonna work with this. I'm just gonna see. All right, now we're gonna move this box along the plane and make it even smaller. All of that kind of lines up right there. I would say that it'd be a slightly bigger box though, because if we are dealing with that, then I would imagine that he would have put it at the end over here. But see, our perspective line is completely off still. Even though all the other lines are matching up just fine, this bottom portion is not following along nicely. I simply do not know how this guy did this. Okay. So that's lined up with that. That's lined up. That's lined up. The roof is technically lined up. And the bottom isn't lined up. Ugh. What a pain. What a pain, man. What a pain. The question I present myself is this. By your tallest points, right? So if I take this box that I'm blinking on and off right now, if I make a copy of this, and then I drag it down over here. Oof. I guess I cut it in half, didn't mean to. The reason why I'm doing this is because the tallest box, I want to know what the tallest box was. That could have been imagined for this rearmost building. I don't think it would have been that big. I think this is fine. Okay, which means we need to get rid of this box. This box here. That seems to follow in line. And then that would mean that this box here what the hell did I do? I don't know what the hell that was. Okay. My head is hurting. My head is hurting. Why did I do this to myself? Why did I do this to myself? Because this box does not line up with, well, I mean, it does. It lines up with the perspective here, because that's the doors right there. I mean, I can't make it any bigger or smaller. So this is it. I mean, this is what this guy did. To my knowledge. I don't know. I didn't do the art. I don't know. I'm going to arrest myself from talking about this further. It is I went way off the rails on a crazy train. I probably bored the piss out of most of you. Did not mean to. I was trying to figure something out. Because again, when I do buildings, I follow the perspective line. Yeah, there's buildings that could be offset and reset and stuff like that, but typically you will have the same line going through. I don't know. Maybe that's just how I do it, and then other people do it a different way. Oh, my head hurts now. Why did I do this? Why have I done this? I didn't mean to do it. I didn't want to do it. I'm sorry. Oh, man. I was just supposed to be doodling. I didn't doodle at all. I was doing technical work. Ugh. Why? Well, this is a doodle sheet after all, so, yeah, there you go. And delete that. This is technically one piece. We'll merge it all together. Ugh. Oh, man. Okay, let's draw a cookie. I want to draw a cookie. My poor coffee. My poor coffee. It's sitting there, it's all cold and unhappy, and I just dribbled on myself. That's cool. I'm just gonna draw a cookie. I'm gonna draw a cookie. It's fine. It's fine, it's all good. It's all good. It's all fine. Where is it at? There it is. Yep, nice happy little cookie. Happy little cookie. Did I say that you could be tilted in such a way, Cookie? Boop. Alright. And then we're gonna get a curve line. And we're gonna go right chaw to right chaw. And then we're gonna do... It's more of a blob than a cookie. Let's see here. Let's do some pencil work, and we're gonna just a tiny raise. Just a tiny raise. Then, yeah. Oh shit. This screenshot, didn't I? That's fine. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Now we're gonna do the curve. I believe. Not deep enough. Yeah, I need something like that. Okay.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry,
would everything
Granger's
stop?
here for you with
My boss
professional
doesn't seem to
supplies. Call
see it that way.
Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
For the ones who get it done. Let's see here. Okay. Continuing forward. All right. And so now I want to kind of place the chocolate chips. Yes. And this is an interesting perspective line too. is working with curves. And luckily this is a food item. So your chocolate chips can be wherever they want to be. I like a lot of chocolate chips. A lot of chocolate chips. Ooh, macadamia nut is really good too. Maybe I make macadamia nut. It's buried in there. Let's see, let's look at macadamia nut cookie. I don't think there's like actually nuts that are showing per se. Yeah, I guess there's a few. Yeah, we'll put a few little. Sorry about that. I went for a health screening test not too long ago, and I just got my lab results back. Ooh. So a little high in cholesterol. I'm like 10 points too high in cholesterol, and triglycerides, again, about 10 to 20 points too high in that. They said essentially that I am near optimal health, and the only thing I need to do is eat more fish, vegetables, and chicken. I can do that just fine, and exercise. So, yeah, that's yeah. Exercise. I can do that. I can do those things. And then said to limit my red meat, which truly, to be honest with you, I don't really eat a whole lot of red meat. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. I do like the occasional steak, but again, just not a, I mean, I guess I do like hamburgers. Yeah, hamburgers are nice. I can do hamburgers. Hamburgs for the win. Let's see. Did we want to add any more Nuit to our cookie? No, I don't think so. I think this is fine. And so, like all cookies, they have cracks and swirls and edges, especially if this is a macadamia nut cookie. Yeah, so let's put some cracks in here. Let's go towards the nuts, because it seems like where the nuts are in the cookie is where the most cracks are. So let's go ahead and just start. Adding some fun little cracks here. Yes, yes. Leading away from the cookie. I'm not too satisfied with that one. That's fine. I do like this. Chunk out of our cookie right there. We'll dip up here. Sure, why not? And where our nuts is over here. Then we'll just do some stress lines, you know. Stress lines for the cookie. Stressed out, man. Stressed out. And it kind of like goes apart in sections too, so. Which we can section out all of these grids if we want to. Well, that's just a delicious looking cookie right there. And of course, you know, cookies have a little bit of crumb to it, so let's go ahead. Add some just small basic little crumbs here and there. Maybe a big piece of crumb. Maybe there was another cookie that was over here somewhere at some point in time. Someone picked it up and ate it. I picked it up. Hey, that's a delicious looking cookie. Picked it up and ate it. Oh boy. Now you're noticing that this right here is the furthest point on my perspective. We just learned about perspectives, right? So that's the furthest point on my perspective, which means anything, there should be nothing past this. This is it. So all of my crumbs are going to be around the cookie, just kind of like that. So that's just something to create, because we're looking at the cookie like we're just poking our nose on the table, and we're like, ooh, cookie, 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 no. Let's draw another big piece of crumb back here. Oh yes, oh yes. My crumbs are pretty much like rocks. Just think about rocks. There you go. There we go. My goodness. We call it Cookie Hill. Very nice. Well, I say that is a delicious looking cookie. So we're gonna drop down the opacity, and then we're gonna create another layer, and we're gonna use, I guess we could do a final line art. That's fine. We're just doodling today, right? We're not doing anything too serious. Nothing crazy. Oh boy, look what we did. We made a crack. Just need to erase that. And then just go a little lower. There we go. Oh no, we got more cracks. Oh no, more cracks. Give a little bit of depth to this crumb. There we go. And this one right here. Not a whole lot going on with it. There we go. My goodness. What a difference. And we'll go on, work on the crumbs on the other side. It's a good thing about weird shapes like these is you can essentially draw it however you want. Makes no difference. Really like that line, so we're gonna keep that line. It's very nice. That's a very big crack right there. My goodness. Big crack. Big crack alert. Make an even bigger one on this side. Oh boy. Goes up the whole thing. Oh my goodness. Massive. Massive crack. It's almost 2 pieces. Look at that. Changed it completely. Really altered our cookie crumbs. Really altered our cookie crumbs. Very nice. We're gonna have one that meets right up against that one right there. A lot of trauma. A lot of trauma to this crumb. I think all of us could associate with this crumb. But here's the thing. Here's the fun thing about it. This may be a crumb that's went through some trauma. But you know what? I bet you it's still tasty. It's still good. Even if the crumb has been through a lot of trauma, I bet you it's still good. Still good to eat. Go. Very nice. Now let's work on that big cookie. Cookie! Ah, nom 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 nom. Let's go ahead and go off the rails too. Whenever you're drawing and you're wanting to follow your lines, don't follow your lines. They're just ideas. They're just ideas. They're just ideas. Just ideas. Let the ideas flow and then think about the complexities, I guess. I'm not gonna do too much detail because nuts are kind of smooth. These are smooth. Smooth nuts! Smooth nuts alert! You could say, well, how are you coming up with these shapes? I'm just following the lines. I feel like this is like a ridge right here, so I'm just going to draw a line to give it some depth, and then it's kind of curvy. The cookies are curvy. This milkshake deluxe. No, it's actually a macadamia nut cookie. It's a macadamia nut cookie. Yes. Yes, I think you can see the cookie now. But hey, cookies are pretty, as far as how you draw a cookie, yeah, it's kind of like a rock. Welcome in, by the way, Milkshake. Welcome in. Yeah, we're really zoomed in on our macadamia nut cookie. Absolutely, yes. I think some color and gradients and stuff like that might boost the cookie factor. I don't know if you've ever seen line art for a cookie. I don't think I've ever really looked at line art for a cookie. Let's look it up. I want to see. I haven't decided to see it. Line art, cookie line art. Yes. How do we look when we look at a cookie in line art? Let's see. Let's get a good example. Now, granted, we haven't colored anything or shaded anything at this point in time, but so here's some cookie line art. Yeah, I mean, and essentially, it looks like a little hill with rocks on it, and you know, here's like some detailed ones. I mean, what's the differentiation of this cookie and a stone? It's pretty hard to tell, especially when it's all black and white like this. So yeah. Cookies are rocks. They're just delicious rocks. Very delicious rocks. Very delicious rocks. And yeah, well, I mean, and of course we're just doodling today. Just a little bit of doodly doodly doo. And we might do some shading that makes it look like, you know, the chocolate chips really look like chocolate chips, because that's what I'm drawing right now, is a chocolate chip. Yes. Just want to put down that line art though. Nice chocolate chip right here. And a divot. Because cookies aren't perfect. But I tell you what, cookies are delicious though. They might not be perfect, but they're delicious. Put some cracks. Cookies again, they're not perfectly round, perfectly shaped. Put some valleys in our rock cookie. Yes. And who knows, maybe it is a rock cookie. A macadamia nut rock cookie. And some golems, that golems eat it. Maybe the Minecraft golems, this is what they eat. As macadamia rock cookies. And as far as with these chocolate chips, I want to be as smooth as possible. I don't want to create any hard edges or anything like that. Although that one's kind of a little hard, but that's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. And the reason being is because we do want to have those distinctions. We do want to have those distinctions. That there are different ingredients in our rock cookie. There we go. Yes. Some cracks here and there. And then this is a nice little valley right there, and come on down to another crack in the side, yes. Just like that. Glad that milkshake put the idea of a rock cookie in the head. That's good stuff. Good stuff. I like it. Rocks are cool. Absolutely. Especially when you get rocks that have stuff in it. Like geodes with crystals and amethysts. Absolutely. Rocks are cool. There's a little bumpy surface up here. Yeah. Again, I don't know of any smooth cookies. Maybe you know of a smooth cookie, but I don't know of any smooth cookies. Another chocolate chip right up here. There we go. Yes. Yeah, we'll take one of those lines away. There we go. Not bad, not bad. To be honest, the chips remind me of minerals sticking out of a rock, hence I asked, especially with the high amount of cracks too, made me think of cracks and rocks, crumbs being the stuff that broke off. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty zoomed in cookie. This is, I mean, if we back up and look at it from a distance, it might still look like a lump of rock and dirt and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean. And I was looking at, let's see, what was I looking at? Just as for a small amount of inspiration, was this right here. So if we look at, on this right-hand side, the macadamia nut cookie, there's a ton of cracks and valleys and hills, and especially the one that I picked right here. I mean, that's just all sorts of damage to the cookie itself. Macadamia nuts, most certainly. I think as far as they're delicious. I love these cookies so much. I'm making myself hungry talking about them, but they have a lot of personality as far as like general construction, that again, with all those cracks and crevices and things, definitely very rock-like. A lot of personality in such a cookie. A lot of personality. As far as making these cracks and stuff, I don't have like a method. I just kind of let it go where it wants to go. I mean, cracks are formed with stresses, and I just let my pen take me wherever I want it to take me. There's a lot of stress around this nut. Stress nuts. A lot of stress around the nut. I mean, it's planted inside the cookie. It's hard for... It was a lot of stress. Go. Make our ridges. Very deep crack. Any advice for somebody trying to get started with art? Okay, well, the first thing is your, tools, utensils. What do you plan to do? Do you want to be in a traditional art where you take a pen, paper, pencil, and drawing that way, or do you want to go the digital route, such as myself with a digital tablet, or you could possibly use like an iPad, maybe something that you already have, and download an art program. So, getting started with art, that's kind of the first choice that you have is, do you plan to go down a traditional pathway or a digital pathway? And from there, kind of want to figure out, well, what do you want to do as an artist? So a lot of this is prep work. So when you want to get started with art, you need to prepare yourself for art. I recently bought a Wacom Intuos, as it was only 20 euros, so digital art. Okay, cool, fantastic. So you've gotten essentially your platform, you've gotten your supply, you got the tablet, and you know, you have a good pen, and I'm not sure exactly all the accessories and things that came with it, but needless to say, I'm sure you got a glove and a nice pen to work with. And now you need an art program. Obviously, I work with Clip Art Studio. That is the one that I suggest as far as that's concerned. But in reality, let's get through this ad real quick here. In reality, though, you can use whatever programs you want, such as Procreate, Photoshop if you really wanted to. I wouldn't suggest Photoshop, but find an art application that you would like to start with. And sometimes there are Doodle apps that don't have a whole lot of tools. Krita. Okay, yes, Krita. I'm used to Krita as what I used with my mouse before. Small drawings or edits mostly, as it's free. Yeah, definitely. And it's good to have a free program. Clip Art Studio does have a free trial available with it, so you can most programs have a free trial of some sort. So long as you are good with, if you don't like what you're doing and you don't want to pay for it at the end of your free trial, that you obviously cancel any possible payments and stuff like that. So it takes more management when you're on a free trial. But as far as that's concerned, so now you have the tablet, you have the pen, you have the art program that you want to use. So now, what as an artist do you want to do? Do you want to be a character creator and concept and design and work? Do you want to be someone who creates scenery? Milkshake says the tablet also came with a 3-year subscription for some software, but I'd rather don't have to relearn a program if it ran out. Understand. Now, the good part about some artwork programs is that even though they say different things, such as they use different terminology, use different text, use different ways to describe things, most of them, especially if they're art related, most of them do the same stuff. You just have to, as you were pointing out though, you do have to learn that program and the subtle changes between programs if you bounce around a lot. So yes, you are definitely on the right track as far as if you're comfortable with one program, stick with the program. But as we were getting to, what do you want to draw? What do you want to do? Scenery, character design and development, simple things, complex things. There's a myriad of stuff that you can go down the rabbit hole, or you can try your hand at everything. You know, as far as that's concerned, there's a lot. There's many pathways an artist can take, and I firmly believe that you should do one thing at a time and not necessarily become a master of it, but get well acquainted with it. So let's just say you really love creating your own characters. Go down the pathway of learning how to create characters and get to a point where, well, I want to do scenery now, but I also want to put characters in that scenery. Well, now that you know how to make characters for the most part, putting a character in scenery will not be so much of an arduous task. And then as far as scenery is concerned, you know, then you have to go down that pathway and learning about perspectives, of which I just talked about in this whole entire thing. My end goal is to help me with world building. So a vast amount of random things. My first project I'm doing to improve is making an explorer's journal. Okay. So I'm walking around the Minecraft server and drawing up the bases people made as if I'm an archaeologist/explorer. Okay. So you want to be able to, let's just map out something real quick here. So obviously your canvas, right? Your canvas is going to be your page. So I'm sectioning off a little bit of my canvas to create a new canvas. And so essentially you have a book, right? And really, when you were talking about world building, and so your first project is making an explorer's journal. So when I think of an explorer's journal, I think of very quick creature drawings and possibly small dioramas of things. So let's just map out a journalist entry. So let's just say we were at a lake area or something like that. There's a pond, there's a tree, there's a very unique animal by this pond and tree. And so I want to first, let's see, maybe I'll have a compass up here or something like that. And I'm just mapping this out. That's the one thing that you want to do first when you want to create anything that has multiple subjects in it, is map it out. You don't necessarily have to be detailed. That's it. I now know that that's a compass because that's just me, right? It's my mind. I could see this. So I got a compass up here. Maybe I'll have like a little bit of the map of where I'm located. And I'm just going to draw a lake and then an arrow pointed to that lake because I want to make it known to people who look at my journal, like, okay, they're close to this peninsula out here. So there's this peninsula, and this is where they're at, and of course in northeast, and all that good stuff. And then now we're going to like the main part of this journal. So we're going to leave some space for like text. So I like to drop a box somewhere for text. Let's wait for this ad to go by. Okay. So we have an idea for text, and then this section here, I'm going to dedicate to the actual like big picture itself, like the really cool thing that people are gonna be like, oh, that's really sweet. So you know, we draw the water source, right? I was just mapping this out, right? I don't want to do any details, and I know that there's a tree right here, and then this tree branches off this way and whatever else, and it goes up top here, and maybe it'll fade away or whatever. There's a couple of weird branches there. It's just a tree. And then this creature is over here somewhere, and then maybe it's reaching the top branches of this tree. I mean, you got to decide what kind of creature this is. You would have already mapped this out in your head. You would have already had this idea of the exact creature, and I'm now just coming off the fly, off the top of the brain about this creature. And so, you know, you have your basic creature, and you see that this guy's little hoofies and whatever. Maybe it has a little hoof. Maybe it has some weird arms. Maybe it's got like these very extravagant spikes. And it's got these like horns or something. Oh man, it's got some crazy horns going on. Let's see. Is it bad I drew one thing at a time? Seeing I came across something, draw that, make some notes, and then move on? Absolutely not. That's perfectly fine, because essentially, take this for instance, right? So this is the first thing that I seen, right? This is the first thing I'd seen. I just put myself a location, I put myself the thing, and I'm mapping out this dinosaur, right? Or whatever whatever it is that I'm drawing. Okay, well, to your point, so you drew one thing at a time. I'm seeing I came across something, drew that, then did something else. So this was the first instance. Kitty attack. First instance of me drawing something that I saw. And so you can put this somewhere else, right? Maybe this is like a minor thing inside of your artwork or your journalist entry. And so you can shrink that up, especially on a digital platform. You can shrink that up and put it off to the side, and maybe that's like a side note. Like that was the first thing that you've seen when you're on your way to your friend's house in Minecraft, and obviously this would be a heavily modified Minecraft to see dinosaurs and stuff, but let's just say that was the first thing you've seen when you're walking towards the area of your friend's base or house or castle or whatever it is. And so you made a note of it, and then you proceeded to go on. And then the next thing you see is something else, and so you will draw another just singular thing, and then you'll eventually arrive at your friend's base, of which would be a great diorama. Just take a little slice of life, and let's just say he had a castle of some sort, and so you're just drawing a castle. however it looks like in Minecraft or whatever, and he had like a drawbridge or something like that, very traditional castle, and he had some trees going off in this direction. And so you can section out every single thing that you see at one time. This is the example, the point that I really want to drive for you. So, because you're like, that's your question, right? Is it bad that I did one thing at a time? No, because you can then just add more, just keep adding more and move on. And then as an explorer, that's kind of what you're wanting to do anyways. So really it's how much of the page, okay, this is the lesson, how much of the page in your explorer's journal do you want to dedicate to one thing? As you've seen, I was actually ready to just make that whole dinosaur with a little map and some text and stuff dedicated to the entire page as one subject matter. And then when you said this question, you know, I'm moving on to like an area, like I'm pressing forward as an explorer to this next area, and then the next area, and to the next area. So do you want that entire adventure on one page, or do you want to section it out and make multiple pages about one adventure? Essentially, you're creating a chapter, like in a book. So chapter 1, what would you say? Like my exploration through the forests of Neversong. And so your first page is drawing the entrance to the forest and seeing the birds and some other stuff, and that whatever else, right? You're drawing your surroundings. And then when you enter the forest, someone flips over the next page, and on the back side of that page in your explorer's journal, now you're showing your initial, like you're seeing as you're wandering through, you see like a jungle, there's vines, there's exotic birds and animals and things like that. And then on the next page, so I'm looking on the next page now, is you came across a very unique animal. And so you start writing things about it. You start, like, I noticed horns and it was glowing and it seemed phosphorus in nature, and butterflies and moths were attracted to its light coming from the tips of its horns. That's very interesting. And that's something that grabs attention to people. And that's something that I would probably dedicate a whole page just to that, because there's just so much going on with this creature that I discovered. And then you press forward, you flip it over to the next page, you now exit the woods, and you see this grand city put into the side of like a mountain of sorts, and you see all sorts of stuff. So you draw your initial vision of this, and you're like, holy cow, this is impressive. And so you see the sky and the birds, and everything is just so big that it's just this massive thing. Maybe it takes up both pages, and someone looks at your journal and is like, holy crap, like, that is a massive kingdom. And then you go from there, and you go from there, and you keep going, and you keep going. And then once you get to the actual castle and meet up with your friend, that's the end of the chapter, right? Maybe you draw yourself, you do a self-portrait of yourself and your friend, and then that's the end of the chapter of the journey through Neversong Woods. You've created not only a story, not gonna lie, this explanation was way bigger than I expected. I am a information connoisseur. I can create stories for you. I can create all sorts of instances. But it was all in hopes to help you realize that you can draw one thing at a time. You can draw multiple things together. It's all what you want to do. Luckily with art, and I think that might be the problem with art, is that you have so much freedom of will and exploration and what you want to do, that sometimes it's difficult to get started, as you kind of made it out to be, because where do you start? Where do you start? Well, as I mentioned before, you get your supplies around, you get everything, and obviously you told me what you want to do. And you're doing your research. You are doing your research because you're asking people, you're asking the internet, you're asking people, you're looking up images of journal entries and stuff like that. So, to be honest, my first idea was to make scientific drawings as I went, but realized that would take too much time, seeing we're planning to start a new season around November somewhere, so decided a journal format would be better. Scientific. So, are you talking about doing, as far as journal format, when I hear that, doing more writing than drawing? Is that what I'm understanding? You want to do more writing than drawing? Not saying to completely get rid of drawing, maybe make like small little doodles here and there, but for the most part, when someone looks at your journal, they're mostly reading it and looking at the pictures. We're gonna save this though. That is part of the doodles we've done today. Let's put that right up there. Thanks for contributing to the doodles, Milkshake. Always like to contribute to doodles. Even though it was done in blue. That's fine. That's fine. To continue on this cookie and let you respond.
When we hit that first 1 million in sales in our first year,
And we
of
got the
business, it was
ads.
surreal.
Oh,
This is definitely gonna
I
be
love
big.
hats. Ads are so good.
When two
Ooh,
plays went dark,
double ad
Adam
action.
was on WhatsApp. This Adam was not, so his photo came out blurry and no one could help. This Adam sent an HD photo on.
I don't want no more of your ads, baby. Ooh. So the scientific one was basically full on survey paperwork. Okay? With like multiple choice dots about what it is and such. But that took too long, as I also did scientific drawings. So now I'm doing like a journal with small notes and more journal sketches than high detail science papers. I understand. So you went from, just make sure I'm on the same page. I feel like I'm right there with you. So you went from, you went from something like this, where you have one thing and you basically were just bullet pointing everything unique about it. Like this dragonfly right here. So the eyes are strange, the wings, this is what they're like, the thorax, the abdomen, the interesting spikes at the end of the tail. So you went from that. Okay, gotta delete a lot of stuff, so hang here with me. Hang with me. Gotta delete all this. Gotta delete it. You went from that, because it took too long to do for just one thing, which is correct. That's more how I'm doing things now. Okay. Multiple choice dots about what it is and such, but that took too long. As I also did scientific. So now I'm doing like a journal with small notes and more journal sketches than high detail science papers. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm reading your stuff to make sure I'm on the same page. So now I'm doing a journal with small notes and more journal sketches. Okay. I got you. Okay. So the scientific papers were like grids and also, okay. Yeah, that would take some time. Yeah, okay, I'm right there with you. Journals are more free form with those lines and points at things. Yeah, correct. Like obviously that's what you were now doing, is what I just drew. Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Okay. No, you're perfectly fine. I wanted to make sure that's why I did that, because I wanted to make sure I was on the same page. Ah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But hopefully if you stick around, I can help learn you something and help you become a better artist, especially with like journal entry stuff. Now, so with that being said, now that I know what you're after, if we're talking about the journal entries themselves, and we're going way back to what you originally said was, is it bad that I choose one subject at a time and then move on from it? So when you said that to me, that tells me you want to put one subject on a piece of paper, on one page of your journal, and do the bullet points like the dragonfly example, and then you flip it over and do something else on the back side of that page for the next thing that you come across. Or are you trying to fill your journal page, your first page? I can DM you what I got for now on Instagram if you want. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely. You can private message me anytime on Instagram with any artwork stuff, art related stuff. Absolutely. So are you, I guess the question I was trying to get to is, do you want to just dedicate one page to a subject and write about it? Or do you want the ability to just be able to put multiple things on one page of your journal entry? I mean, depends on how detailed I want things to be, so how important my Explorer character might consider things. Absolutely. So maybe one section, like one page, will be dedicated to all bugs that you see. Like you find a rhinoceros beetle, a stag beetle, and a dragonfly, and you'll put all three of them on one page. And because they're cool, they're something that you ran into, but they're not ultimately that important, so you make like a little side note. Oh, I got DMs turned off? Oh. Well, let me fix that. Let me just fix that. I've never talked to anybody about this stuff, so I put it out there. Like, anybody can DM me and stuff like that, especially if it's art related. Let me fix it. My goodness, there's so many settings. Family center or apps. Oh my goodness. I just need general settings. Where is my general settings? Where are they? Is it notifications? Messages? Message requests are on. So message requests are on. Group requests are on. Messages from individual and group chats. We'll just do that. Channel invites on. Channel messages on. Channel replies from everyone. Channel reply likes on. Maybe that fixed it? I don't know. Let's see here. Let me check messages in general. There we go. Requests. Do I have any new requests? See all. Accept. General. Fantastic. All right, I got your request and I accepted the request. There it is. Aha. Okay. So. I see. Very nice, very nice. Right. I mean, that's a lot of information on that one. So like you have the zebra head, and you got the dragons, lizards and bats, horses, different types of horses, which that's kind of cool.
Hey, how about you? You want to play me one-on-one? Let's go.
Disclaimer, zebra is traced as my own version was way too blocky. So the zebra is like my little motivation. No problem. There's nothing wrong with tracing for the most part, especially if you're trying to learn. I will always advocate that tracing is 100% okay, just so long as you use it for learning experiences and that you don't use it for nefarious reasons such as, oh, well, look what I drew, and then you claim it as your own, and of course, then you make it even worse by selling it and making money from it and stuff like that. That's obviously wrong. But learning and things like that, tracing over and over and over again is always good. Yeah, that's why I wanted to say the disclaimer, because I didn't want you to think that I cheated a little bit on that one. A little bit of cheating on that zebra. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do this. Now let me ask you this, Milkshake. Do you care if I put your artwork up on stream and we talk about it? Is that okay? Usually, and what I actually prefaced at the beginning, go ahead if you want, excellent, is that I will always tell people to send me their artwork, but they also need to tell me if they want me to talk about their artwork or critique it. And if they want me to do either of those things, that they need to mention that in the DM to me. So do this, send. Excellent. Sweet there. And we're gonna see all. Download it. There we go. And I'll push that. That's fine. Okay. So that's there. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. File. Import. Image. Downloads. Ba-bam. Ha-ha. Yes. Yes. Well, like I said, this is a chill day. Milkshake, by all means, I am here to entertain anyone and everyone. This is a chill day for me. I had no goals in mind. I'm doodling. This is entertainment, so I appreciate you. You know, that goes for everyone. Of course, if for some reason I really rock it off with a lot of people, I might have to be a little bit more choosy. But at this current point in time, the world is our oyster, Milkshake. So, this is your idea, and I like it. I like the idea. It's got structure. It's got a good base. And as far as everything is concerned, you know, the structure and the base idea of it is great, and I like the reference points. I like you're telling what materials that the houses are made out of. There's ruins nearby. Yes, I definitely see the explorer idea. Really, what you've made here is more of a, the word isn't catalog. You've made a table of contents, especially with this right hand side here, this left hand side right here. Maybe I'll get a bigger. Let's see here. Zap it now. Bigger. We need it bigger. There we go. Haha. Yes. So, this to me is Yeah, so yeah, you made a table of contents talking about, or at least mentioning, you're briefly mentioning what you've discovered along the way in your chapter, which is perfectly fine. That gives the people, the readers, and yourself, anybody who's interested in your journal, to say, that's interesting, I want to learn more about it. And so this is a good starting point. I know that you said that as far as starting points are concerned, maybe having trouble with that, but this is a great starting point to then give your own self a guide onto what you are going to be putting in your journal entries next. And so now you have a choice on many things. You have a lot of choices here. So the dragon, yeah, I didn't want to go too in depth as that would be too time consuming, but should make people know that Dakota and Anatole is the place where these can be found, or you can find these. Yes, absolutely. But we can go even more in depth. Be ready. We're going further in depth into time and space. So with these lizards and bats, and you mentioned the ruins down here, right? You mentioned ruins here. Maybe that's where you found the lizards and bats. So you're adding a liveliness. You're bringing life into this area by denoting certain sections to where these animals are found. And if you ever played an MMORPG like World of Warcraft or anything, obviously we have different zones, and within those zones you have different animals, and sometimes they're related to each other, but most of the time they're completely different fauna and animals in those zones. And so if you want to really dive in deep into this section, you want to section off some of these animals, and like you found them in a very particular area, which just gives more detail and more life to your world. So you could have the bats and the lizards, you found them in the ruins. These horses, what you see, you have donkey. What are you doing in my swamp, donkey? So you got a donkey. You got, I can't really read this too much. So you have so you have a fire blue and a fire orange pony. Okay, so you have a couple of ponies and then a zebra. So let me ask you this. Are the zebras and the elemental ponies and stuff like that, are they found in the same area? Let's see, I'm not gonna lie, they were massive and all around the buildings, to be honest. They were tamed pets. Oh, okay. Excellent. So you could maybe find like the wild versions of these. They're close enough to be considered a herd. Yeah, okay. So as far as just touching last on the bats and lizards, so yes, they seem tame because they were everywhere, which is cool, and they don't skitter away from you, and they're friendly to humans and so on and so forth. But where they were found could have been still in the ruins areas, so you could be like, my friend tamed these creatures by the nearby ruins. So if you want to have a chance at taming bats and lizards for yourself, then maybe to the ruins you want to head. So now I got to ask about the donkey. So the donkey is completely separate than the blue and orange fire ponies, and the zebra is completely separate from all those two, correct? So they are they separated like this? So like donkeys by itself, ponies, that's the two ponies, and then the zebra. Okay, perfect. Well, as far as horses are concerned, and when we delve into again these details, right, these fine-tuned details that a lot of scientific people or just people that like information like myself would want to see, is how do they interact with each other? Do they actually tolerate each other? Maybe the elemental ponies are something that the blue flames and the orange flames, sometimes they intermingle, but they have their own dedicated territories. And then the zebras and donkeys, they have freedom of will to go between the elementals because they're not seen as a threat per se. And so the zebras, they have their own herd, but they're all in the same general area. Right. So you could have some different herds, but sometimes you have a little bit of intermingling. However, like I said, with the elemental horses here, or the ponies, blue and orange, maybe they don't get along that well. And so you could have where you have to go to this area to see the blue version, and you have to go to this area to see the orange version. That would add some dynamics, a lot of dynamics to the, even if it's, let's just say this is the plains area, right? The plains are pretty plain. Grass and flowers and maybe a sparse tree here and there and water source, and that's about it, right? So nothing too much home to write about. So you care more about the fauna in this area, and so you take notes of donkeys and zebras tend to stick together and float about, but the elemental ponies, however, they do not like each other. They really don't hang out. They might tolerate each other's existence, but this side of the plains is where you're going to find the blue, and this side of the plains is where you're going to find the orange. And then next to last, you have these peacocks. So what's the story with these peacocks? Are these tame animals and they just happen to be imports from the nearby harbor? Or are they actually wild animals that just happen to be in another section of this area? Curiouser and curiouser. They're all tame, to be honest. The peacocks wandered the closest to the big house at the bottom right. Okay. So, and as I kind of mentioned, you know, saying that something is tame is not boring or anything like that. It's just, it's very simplistic information. And so we can obviously talk about the peacocks a lot more, right? As far as like their plumage, their colors. Obviously, they have a red and a green one. Their dimorphism. Maybe they have. I mean, I can't lie in my journal. So they have. This is true. So maybe there's some sexual dimorphism between the red and the green. Maybe the males are green, the females are red. I don't know. That's up to you. That's an interesting fact. People would like to know these things as far as that's concerned, especially the animals. And let's just say they're not native to the land, right? Then, like I mentioned before, you could come up with something where they were shipped in overseas by the nearby harbor. Maybe Dakota Anatole is close to a harbor or something like that. Again, we're kind of world building, right? We're building the world like you said that you want to do. We're world building. Where is Dakota and Anatole, and where is it in relation to everything else that's in this world? And you start connecting things together. So the zebras and the ponies and the donkeys, they're in the plains that you have to cross to get to the next section, to why you've seen these. The lizards and the bats and the peacocks and all these things are actually tame, right? They're still tame, but having a place of origin for these creatures and where they came from adds a lot to the environment. Those things I consider for later research, to be honest. Ideas that I might come across them during my exploration of the server later on, and then connect their origin location with the bases I come across. Right. But definitely as far as in come across the wild variants. Okay. Yeah, definitely make sure that when you're world building and you're exploring, and as you said, you know, you're starting, it's almost like you're starting at square one, right? You don't know anything about this land. You just see what you see, and then eventually as you keep going, you start connecting the dots like, oh, there's peacocks here too. Interesting. And there's zebras over here, and then, oh, well, the lizards and bats are gone, so maybe the lizards and bats are somewhere else, right? Because as you're exploring, you're discovering more about this. So I get you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. I study archaeology, so that bias might shine through. Great. Fantastic. And this definitely can be a passionable thing where you'll be able to really capitalize on this in an artistic way. And it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see where this goes. Last for the animal side thing is the dragon. What's up with this dragon? What is up with this? Looks like an ender dragon. So you'll have to tell me more about that. As I enjoy my coffee. they basically had a few small ender dragons about the place. So were they hostile, or were they, as you said, I think you mentioned this, of course, I'm just confirming, they're tame. They just kind of do their own thing. They don't bother anybody. They're just, I'll tame you. So it's an ender dragon. You ran across it, a couple of ender dragons, as you say. They're just vibing with the area. I mean, I'd be pretty curious to how the hell did you obtain a couple of small ender dragons? Like, did your friend go into the ender and steal the eggs? You know, that'd be an interesting story, like, to talk about. So yeah, definitely would be, especially when we get into the world of dragons. I mean, everyone and their brother, sisters, uncles, cousin loves dragons. And so, if anything, I mean, you've had a fairly normal tenure of animals, fauna, with the uniqueness of the elemental ponies and the red and green peacocks. And so that's definitely interesting with this area, but I mean, a dragon absolutely just blows all of that out of the water. And so definitely making the dragons a focal point with your journal is something that probably would be warranted. Maybe it'd even be like a side story of your exploration, is trying to figure out where these came from. Maybe the story is simple. Like I said, maybe they got the eggs and that's it. To be honest, the place was also littered with magical flowers and altars and such, so explanation is definitely that some magical ooga booga happened. Okay, I got it. So let's move on to the house. So this is Dakota Anatole. Obviously, the reference point is beautiful, so that way people know where to go to find it, if they want to see it for themselves. The construction of the building itself is great. Deep slate and what was that? Let's zoom in a little bit here. Gotta read this. It's a little too blurry, but I think I can't remember what that's called. It's been a while since I played some Minecraft, so I apologize. But oak and dark oak and construction there. Maybe a brick roof. Deep slate, black stone. Okay, black stone bricks. Okay, good. It looks like it has normal windows, and then so the treasury. Okay, so treasury. I'm assuming that the tower, the main tower part with the black stone is the treasury area. I can't climb on the roof and check what it was in RP. Understand. Okay. So it might be redwood, it might be brick, it might be, who knows. I understand completely. So that's good too. It's okay to not have all the details, because now you're giving a mystery, like for myself. That's why I'm wondering. So I want to go to this reference point now and I want to confirm it for myself. So that's okay to not have all the details, just obviously what you see. So now I have to ask, is this place near the ruins? Yeah, I roleplay my characters and can draw things how my character would. Excellent, good stuff. Bringing a sense of realism into fantasy. So yes, is the ruins next to or near this location? It seems like it is, because it looks like a fence. The ruins are basically in correct placement compared to the treasury. Okay. So yes, this is definitely it's like around back of the house or in the front of the house somewhere. Okay, excellent. Really the only thing to expand on is if you enter the building to do a layout of the rooms and what you see. So a very basic perspective box, and then put things into maybe not exact, but more or less accurate, but I gotta do perspective better. Well, as far as describing things like this ruins, you don't necessarily have to be, building was locked. Well, how dare they lock it? You don't necessarily have to be perspectively correct. You just have to be locationally correct. And so if you have a problem, all I saw was a chest through the glass door. If you zoom in, you can see it. Ah, okay. And maybe you want to make that more of a focal point too. Doing like a lens, right? Magnifying glass. Like you take a magnifier, and so you do the, you do one of these numbers here, and then you have a circle, and then you show the door, and then you see here's the back of the room, and then there's a chest right here. That's something you can do to give people more of an idea of the thing that you did see. Now the chest is a little bit more of an Easter egg. The strong tower is the main reason I went for a treasury vault as my interpretation. Okay, gotcha. Understand. But that is just something for future notice, that if you really want to draw more attention to a larger scale object like this, is to draw a line and then a circle and then do a magnifying glass type of look and really get into those details more. But to finish off, I did for the bricks. Yes, excellent. Where was I at? But to finish this off, like, you know, the ruins and stuff, you could simply draw a house top down, as you would imagine it to be, and then show that the ruins are off in this direction, right? So that would tell people, okay, this is how this looks from a top down view. And that clearly didn't take much space on your page. What in the world is this thing? What is this fortress? This looks like a mansion or a multi-storied hotel. It's a work in progress. Okay. Haunted mansion. Okay. Haunted mansion. Cool. Yeah. Now, as far as like haunted mansion vibes are concerned, you know, obviously I can interpret this building any way I want. So maybe drawing like little ghosties or something like that, or a witch's hat, or spooky things that would tell people that this would be like a haunted mansion, unless you obviously write out haunted mansion. The copper roofs are going to become more green-blue as weathering later on. But now kind of cleaning up the roof wall coloring. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And I also understand that when it comes to Minecraft, music got a little loud. Let's turn it down just a scotch. Just a scotch. Also going to detail it with like light blue lanterns that I found and some cobwebs. Good. Yes. Adding light to a journal entry can be difficult, but that's fine. That's doable. And then cobwebs are great. And maybe make sure to put some mobs, like skeleton mobs. Maybe a creeper or spider. Actually, skeleton, spider, and maybe a witch. Maybe a witch mob is inside there or something like that, because you heard the cackling from outside. Now, granted, of course, I understand that you're exploring, so maybe you didn't hear these things. But definitely finding all of the personality of this place and what makes it a haunted house or a haunted mansion. Yes. I want to see, as someone that looks at this journal, and I understand it's a work in progress, but just to help out, if it is any help, just trying to find unique things to do to denote that that is actually a haunted house that I'm looking at. But the cobwebs are going to help. Labeling it, of course, helps tremendously. And then any mobs that might be around the area or whatever the case may be. I can tell you this, Milkshake, you got a lot of work in front of you. The mansion has some witchy altars and such, so my plan is to put a blueprint on the next page, and similar to those magnifiers at the altars where they are found in the rooms. Perfect. Yes. So you like I said, you definitely got some work in front of you. I look forward to seeing how it plays out. And merge these layers together because I want them merged together. And we're just gonna shoo. Doodle on the Doodle page. Put you right there. Yeah. Welcome to the Doodle page. I'm gonna call this Milkshake. Milkshakes are delicious. Strawberry is my favorite. There we go. Milkshake layer complete. I'm hoping to finish coloring of the mansion today and then do the blueprint on Friday, as that's the first next day I can dedicate lots of time. Excellent. Good. 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 All I can say is I hope that I was insightful and that you have received answers to your questions or the help that you're looking for. And of course, you know, if you have anything further, I'll be more than happy to address it. Absolutely. Nice to hear. Grant, good. Good, good, good. You know, this is why I started this channel and the streams, is because I want to help people. I mean, I'm not a professional artist. I mean, I know what I know, but I'm at least a good idea smith. I can give you good ideas of what to do, and I can show you the basics, and I think that's enough for a lot of people. Absolutely. And you're not the first one that was surprised in how in-depth I went with them. I've had a few folks tell me, you know, most people just kind of wave me off. They don't care to talk to me about stuff, and when I mention something, they think it's stupid or whatever. I'm never going to be that way. Absolutely never. That's not my personality. I try, and I will always try to give as much attention as I can. Like I said, right now I'm a nobody, so I can give a lot of attention to a singular person, right? That makes sense. I can give a lot of attention. But if I do happen to get bigger over time, then I won't be able to give as much attention to individuals, but I will do my best to be able to get to the point and still do my best for each individual. I don't want to really leave anybody behind, per se. All we can do is our best, right? That's all we can do. To be honest, I've never been waved off, but most people say just keep trying. just keep trying, okay? Oh, I did this on your layer. That's fine. Oh, we fixed that? It's pretty easy. Here's a little lesson for you. If you happen to draw something on a layer that you didn't mean to draw, and this is how you fix that. You go ahead and you circle it just like this, and you hit edit, copy, edit, paste. Excellent. So now we made a milkshake copy. Well, we just need to delete that. So now we have this milkshake copy on its own layer now. And all we have to do is go to the layer that we want that line art to go on and hit merge selected layers. And look at that. Whoop, it's all on the same layer again. Too easy, too easy. It happens all the time. Happens all the time. Learning how to fix your mistakes is always good. They're just happy little mistakes. Happy little mistakes. We can fix those. Absolutely. Yeah, and you know, and that's why I kind of wanted to come to the scene too with whatever artistic knowledge and knowledge in general that I have, is because many more of the times that when I have sought knowledge on YouTube or streams or whatever, I run into that kind of ideology, which is people don't really offer that advice or a lot of advice, or the advice that they give, it doesn't really help, or it's like, well, there's more steps to it. There's more steps. How did we get here? How did we get to this step? And much more of the time, it's not explained, or the person's like, well, I don't know, you just do it. I explain things very well, and or in depth, as you had made the mention, like you honestly did not believe we were going to go that far in depth on things. That is just a trait of mine, and I think it's a useful trait for people who are desperately trying to find those answers. And get some more details. To be frank, I can see that the people do know, but they never made themselves actually think about why their brain makes them do the things they do. Absolutely, 100%. I actually mentioned this in my most recent video, talking about my Goblin Chick artwork. And I said, it's difficult to explain how you get somewhere. When you do it for so long, it just becomes second nature. And so you're taking something that's like, you just do it. You don't even think about it. You just do it. Just like most of this that you're seeing, I'm just doing it, right? I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm not even explaining myself as I'm drawing these objects and things and why I'm doing what I'm doing. I can explain it. Absolutely. I can explain it and why I do what I do. But as far as like someone who's trying to legitimately teach you something, it's like, well, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it, bro. Bruh, you just gotta do it. And you're like, I don't know how to do it though. Well, you just gotta do it. And it obviously doesn't get you much of anywhere. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Man, this is quite the rocky cookie. I'm actually surprised at how detailed I went with this. I didn't mean to. It just happens. And that's another thing with art. It just happens. Just let it happen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Good stuff. It's good. That was a good way it was. Yes, yes, yes. So we got ourselves a little thing like that. Good. Good. Everything is proceeding as I had foreseen. Good. Let's see here. What do you feel about the repeatedly drawing of cubes or cylinders and circles and such? That is a wonderful question. Well, I can tell you this. I've never done it. It's great practice, and there's definitely warrant for it. But when you start drawing like your whole canvas is just nothing but different perspective cubes and things, at that point in time, all you're telling me is that you just know how to do it. If you're doing it for practice because you're not sure exactly how that works, then it obviously makes sense. But if you're just doing it to do it, then you're just confirming that you understand the intricacy of creating the cubes or cylinders and circles and things. But of course, you know, if you're going to incorporate it into an art piece, right? Let's just say like you want a bunch of cubes for your background. Well, then that's part of your art piece. So of course you're going to draw all those cubes and things. But to me, it's a form of practice and reaffirmation that you know how to do it. And that's kind of it. I know it can be impressive. It looks impressive, especially when you hand draw it and it looks really good, because you can make these boxes and things and cylinders and circles have a lot of personality. Such as an example, let's see here. Doodle time. Doodle time, doodle time. Ooh, that's a big brush size. Let's see here. Yeah, we can do that. So especially when you bring, I mean, we kind of touched base on this on earlier stuff that I was drawing, but you can make your cubes and boxes really interesting. So we're just going to start with this. Now, where do we go with it? Well, we can push it to the back. Let me just draw that, and draw it, and then draw that. And then we can make it a solid cube if we want to. I was obviously making a solid cube, so let's make it a solid cube. Obviously, we're not going to see that line there, and we're not going to see that line there. And then most people, of course, will pick a light source. And so let's just say this side is the dark side. The dark side. Yes. A powerful Sith you will become. So this is the dark side here. Yes. People shade that. And this is obviously another dark side here. Yes, because it's underneath the light source. So the light source is coming in from this direction here. And now let's spice it up, baby. All right, so let's go ahead and get a soft eraser. Yes, let's get a soft erase. And we're gonna erase. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, look at that. And essentially what you're doing is you're creating a fade. Now, obviously, you'd probably want a little bit darker here before we start doing fade work. Yes. Fade it in. Yes. Darkness. The dark arrives. Yes. And then, and someone will continue this kind of trend for everything, right? And even the main cube itself is probably gonna have a little bit of color to it. But we'll have highlights. So maybe it's like a shiny cube, like a cube of ice or something, and have some shine marks on the edges. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So I again, really, what did I do? I actually just first I reaffirmed. If we go backwards, well, we're not gonna go backwards. We're just gonna keep that. It's a lovely little doodle. Well, we're gonna save that doodle. We're gonna put it up here. It's a nice, lovely little cube. It belongs in the doodle box. There we go. But essentially all I was doing was reaffirming that I just know how to do it. Right. And then if I drew another cube, maybe that cube is the most forward-facing cube, right? So now we got this one. And then that one just kind of goes back like this. And there we go. And then this one over here just kind of Maybe that one goes the same direction. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't go the same. Maybe it goes upwards a little bit. Oh boy. Upward facing cube. And then this side is very, very shallow. Let's see here. I actually might not even... Would we see that? I don't know if we'd see that or not. There we go. Something like that. And yeah, I mean, we and then you just keep going and going and going and going and going. Again, it's great practice for those that are unsure of how to create perspectives and things. And so obviously I'm all for it to do it, but for it to be your main art piece, I don't know. Like, I understand it's impressive, especially if you hand draw it like I drew it like this, right? And what if I just kept going what seemed to be like infinite, and I made like a spiral of cubes in this perspective line? But again, you're making an art piece at that point in time. You're not really practicing per se. You're making an art piece, and then of course most individuals are going to do shading and finding those light sources. That right there wouldn't really have any shade per se. Maybe this side would have shade. Yeah. And again, make an art piece out of it, right? Hopefully, hopefully that's what you're looking from me. As far as what do I think about it, that's what I think about it. It can either be an art piece or a good practice. Shiny. I'm just having fun now. Shiny. Shiny. To be honest, I kind of did the circles and cubes for like 2 days, then decided to just draw, as most of my stuff is in Minecraft. Every building will look at least a bit cubish to practice those shapes. Yeah, absolutely. Because now we can see. I'm probably going to draw this wrong because I don't have a reference. But now we can. Oh boy, what are we doing? We're going crazy. Now. Yes. How is it that they look? Is it this way? I think this is what they are, right? Again, it's been a minute since I've played Minecraft. Haha! Creeper face! Yes. And then back over here we got... let's see here. I don't know how that face looks, but... I don't know. Let's see how the skeleton face looks. I think skeletons are kind of the same idea. But yeah, and then again, when you get good with cubes, oh, that's more of like an Enderman. So Endermen, if I remember right, so they have, when they get mad at you, it's this, I think. Yes. And then you'd have essentially the opposite down here. And then I think it's pretty thin. It's a thin jaw that they have. I could be wrong. You just go ahead and erase all that. Oop, I have a soft eraser on. Party race. Yeah. Let's erase that. And I think the back of their heads are actually in there. Let's see here. So the back would be right there. Again, I'm not using a reference. I'm just kind of going off of memory. So hopefully that is Endermanish. Oh yeah, the Endermen don't. Do they have eye pupils? I don't think they do. Yeah, that's more like Enderman. Yeah, there we go. I stole your block. Don't look at me. Don't you dare stare at me. I get angry. I get so very angry. For no reason, I just stared at you, dude. No reason. But, I mean, as you see, I mean, if you're good with your perspectives on cubes, especially Minecraft, oh my goodness, that's the demand, right? Having cubism and understanding how the cubes fit together and stuff like that. Absolutely. Getting your squares and cubes down is going to be fundamental for the success of your artwork. Absolutely. I think that's this little piggy. Got a little piggy back there. Piggy! Minecraft pig! Gotta want to say it so bad. I'm gonna say it anyways. Chicken jockey! Chicken jockey! Yes. Good times, good times. We've done so many doodles. Doodles are so much fun. Although I'm doing an elaborate cookie doodle, but that's fine. That's fine, it's fine. We like elaborate cookie doodles. See, it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, my goodness. Let's see here. I haven't even eaten anything all day. Oh my goodness. Do 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 do. All right. Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the stream today. We've done 4 hours and 45 minutes. Most of my stream has been completely useless, in my personal opinion. Learning about perspectives and things of that nature. I think it has been productive, though. A very productive day. And I want to doubly make sure that I thank Milkshake for coming on in and giving us some really fun topics to talk about. So Milkshake, thank you so much for dropping in and helping us with our doodles today. Really do appreciate you and hope you stick around. And with that being said, I might come on later today. I'll definitely be on a little later tomorrow. But yeah, this is your host, Zipsaw, with Zipsaw's Art. You have yourself a good rest of your day. Toodles.